Welcome, massive worldwide audience. Welcome. Yes, we are going to be here talking about America and how we can better our place in the world, make us a better country for all of you around the world to embrace. We are offering brand new solutions to America's future. We have a book out called Hybrid Capitalism, which talks about the amazing technologies that we're going to bring to the world at large. Production centers will be built in America by Americans. We will do what Donald Trump will not do, create jobs. He's obviously borrowed my ideas, like the 1,000-mile fence, and he can't even implement them. His goal is to create a wall, which is not possible. Now he's talking about doing something with prison labor, which is our idea from the very beginning. But I have a brand new concept I'm going to be introducing tonight, which makes this completely unnecessary. I don't know if it was a book bestseller, but we are, downloading at 99 cents per download. Hi there, Silent Man. Look at Bill, Bush, Obama, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're all puppets, I'm telling you. If it doesn't come from the people, they're puppets. America has unofficially declared war on the homeless. Earth Sky has a link. Thank you. Yeah, this fence will be a thing of the past when I introduce the new technology tonight. You won't need to build a fence, Mr. Trump. Yeah, you can't think of new ideas. I'll be the one to think of new ideas. You'll just copy what I'm doing on our show. You found it on YouTube? Okay, let's take a look. Lemon's got something he wants us to look at. Cat versus mailman. Hilarious. That kind of brings off a light discussion tonight for Conspiracy Monday. Let's take a look at this. Cat versus mailman.
Kitty cat ready to do battle. Kitty cat, how are you? There you are. Coming down here. Oh. Whoops. He's ready to go. How am I going to get this in here? Here's my glove bag.
That's pretty funny.
You're nuts. Here. How am I going to get the mail in there with you fighting it? Take it with you.
Oh!
Here's the letter.
That got me laughing.
Here's the letter.
There you go.
Take the letter with you.
Take the letter. Take the letter. Watch your fingers. You're going to get it ripped apart there. Whoa.
Boy, he's getting tougher.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, those are definitely... Oh, this looks interesting. Illuminati ritual goddess. I wanted to check that out. The Nazi Illuminati. Yeah. I like to watch shows on the internet sometimes when they're actually engaging, This isn't even starting. Oh, there it is. Fair use. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that later tonight. Yeah, the Nazi Illuminati show. That'll be something I wanted to see last night. Can you tell the time? I don't know, can I? Let me read the chat first. I need to take time to read the chat before I can play videos. David, are you aware of the plethora of pardons and commutations Obama granted on December 19th? Yes, I am, philosopher. He's releasing low-level drug offenders and dealers so that it destabilizes our country. Yeah, you didn't know that? This guy's having some problems in life.
Mark! I can't believe how drunk you are.
I am not drunk.
Yes, you are.
I am not fucking drunk.
Can you tell the time?
Yes. I am not fucking drunk.
So he's telling the time that he's not drunk. That's pretty funny. Can you tell the time? That's pretty funny. we started our pre-show talking about some pretty serious subjects. Macaulay Culkin is involved in some sort of a pizza underground group back in 2012, and we just discovered this. And many people believe that Macaulay Culkin may very well be a victim of some of the child sex crimes that are going on in Hollywood. We don't know, but it looks very suspicious. And when we saw him sing, we knew there was something wrong. Yeah. Okay, needless to say, it's not that good, and it begs the question: was he one of those? Was he one of those people that was taken in by the Illuminati and turned into a sex slave? And is that why he's worshiping pizza, doing a Lou Reed song? Take a walk on the wild side. Oh, the wall is a flawed idea. Yeah, ladder in the wall. I've seen that before. Yeah, people can make ladders over walls. It's true. Yeah. It's kind of a waste. You could put it right over here in the wall and you could get right over it. They even make a special ladder that you could drive a truck over. Believe it or not, there's a truck with grating on it that you can actually drive a 4x4 over a wall that's this big. I kid you not. Corey Feldman, yeah, a lot of serious subjects coming up with this story about Pizzagate. And I'm extremely concerned because I really believe that our government is covering up the entire echelon of pedophiles in D.C. I really believe that. Now, I also played a video from a story that popped up on the news. A man did some searches for this restaurant, the Comet Pizza Store in the middle of D.C., and he did an amazing background search on it, and he pulled up the police were investigating Alefantes in 2008 for rape and murder. Yeah. This is another bizarre twist to this entire story.
Hey guys, enter the stars, and here it is, a 2008 article from the Washington Post. Let's take a look at this here. This is simply unbelievable. The way I found this is somebody was doing a video on the black curtains. So I did a black curtain search on Comet Ping Pong Pizza, and I found this Washington Post article in which they're accusing Alefantes of opening basically a place where people can be raped. This is unbelievable. Now, what happens in these instances is somebody didn't get the memo at the Washington Post. They do these stories because they're always looking for a story, right? And then they're told to shut up and play ball. But they forgot to scrub this article. Wait until you hear this. DC official, outdoor seats at pizza place will mean rapes and murders. That is the headline. When a Washington neighborhood commissioner staged a nighttime surveillance of a Northwest pizza place and put the resulting video up on YouTube to prove what a threat to public safety an outdoor ping pong table posed, the image of a ping pong ball rolling out onto Connecticut Avenue was chilling enough. But this week, that same commissioner, Frank Winstead, this is a man we need to talk to, ratcheted up the scare rhetoric in a big way. At a meeting of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3F Monday night, in front of a large crowd in AMC's history, Winstead accused the owner of Comet Ping Pong of seeking to turn his quiet stretch of Connecticut Avenue in Forest Hills into a haven for rape and murder. Now, what did this man know? And you notice that the Washington Post is being...
Okay, are we receiving any blocks? We have no drop frames. We're coming in pretty clean here. All I can tell you is the story is just another antidote to the long cover-up that the government's involved in. When even Donald Trump doesn't want to pursue the word Pizzagate, He won't allow anyone to tweet it except his national security advisor, who simply did it because Donald fired his son for asking permission to tweet it. And Donald didn't want to look like there was... Anyway, unless there's an investigation into this right away by Donald, we're going to have to assume that he's in some way complicit in covering this up. Same with a story that continues to emanate from the WikiLeaks about the Podestas. So yeah, welcome to Conspiracy Monday. Now, my idea to get this type of defense will not involve putting fencing in. We have technology right now that is extremely advanced and could very well develop a defensive shield which would prevent people from coming into the country. And I'll give you the specifics about the Maser laser system that we want to construct, but it will involve electrified beams of light. Let's just put it that way. In a grid pattern, point to point, 1 mile apart. We will need the production of 1,000 Sentinel towers to construct it, to manage these. They'll be small, and they'll be utilized 1 mile to 1 mile, and they'll send out about 6 lines of electrified, basically wireless electricity. All right? It won't be invisible, no. The nice thing about the lasers, you can see them, with a smoke, a certain amount of smoke coming around them. So somebody could see them, but it will be ostensibly invisible to the naked eye. There'll be adequate warnings. We're going to plant rose bushes in front of these things. And we can string some wire, but it doesn't have to be an elaborate fence. And anything that goes through it will be fried. Okay? And the construction time on this is less than 6 years. We're talking 6 months. Donald Trump's wall, I anticipate, would take about 10 years to build. And here's an interesting link that you just brought in. Yeah. Is there proof of life on Mars? Yeah. Apparently they found a large spoon on Mars. And many people are believing that, no, it's not a spoon at all. It's it is a spoon, actually. They're just taking pictures of property that they want to make us think is Mars. This large utensil was spotted on the planet's surface by a NASA Martian rover. And many of us are of the belief that Mars is not really, Mars. We're not, NASA never delivered a rover to Mars. Yeah, I like spoons. Let's talk about, I'm David Sponheim, so I might as well talk about the spoon here.
A UFO hunter who goes by the YouTube name UFO Hunter announced the discovery of a spoon on Mars. If that sounds familiar, that's because it is. An almost identical eating utensil was spotted on the Red Planet in 2015.
Okay. And that brings us to, that's a good video. That's a good picture. We'll look at that in just a second. Yeah, and that brings me to the question I have, is Mars really being seen by the rover? And we have pictures to verify that Mars is not Mars. It's actually Ireland. Isn't that something? Yeah, it's actually Ireland. You see, our country realized a long time ago that it was not possible to get a vehicle outside of the ionosphere. The Van Allen belts prevented anyone from actually separating. So this lack of ability to get out of the atmosphere has catapulted into an elaborate fraud called NASA. Never a straight answer is a short word for it. That's another way of looking at it, yeah. But let me take a look here at this picture, which is very interesting. Here it is. This is a picture that was supposedly taken by the rover. Now this would explain why they found a spoon there. And amazing odds but true, this is Mars, and it's also Ireland, with the exact same topography, right down to that little inlet that you see there. Yeah, exactly. Right down to the bush that's in front of you. So they just put sepia on it and they called it a Martian rover photograph. Yeah, you've been lied to. And I think that's the central theme here for Conspiracy Monday, is you've been lied to. Brah, what does this have to do with patching up America? Space deals, stars and comets, American deals with Earth, land, and stuff, brah. Brah, this is about waking up to the fact that our government is so corrupt that they're eating children at the top. They're drinking their blood. They're worshiping Satan. Do you really think that we're going to help build this country back up with some jobs, brah, when we've got Satanists running our country who don't want anyone to investigate Pizzagate? Yeah. Lies, lies, lies. That's the central theme here. All right? Nice to think of it. It's December, dude. Yeah. Well, my words are articulated in such a way that I couch them with some supportive evidence. I give you links. At least I do that. But I myself am still learning, just like you, what the truth is. I've been lied to just like you. I grew up listening to the Beatles, thinking they were a great group, only to find out I was being brainwashed by a group called the Tavistock Institute that's been running a plan to control the minds of America since World War II, when the Germany collapsed. I know, isn't that shocking? I have solid evidence that Tavistock Institute developed the Beatles. That the Beatles were just stage performers back in Hamburg. And they were located, they were chosen, and they were put out there to make music. And all of the music was generated by other people writing it, pretending it was John, Paul, Ringo, and George. I mean, not even... the story goes on. I mean, I could tell you that they probably killed Paul because he dissented. I've done a lot of research on that, and I don't want to bore you with it, but I've got a little clip here that'll kind of give you background on the Tavistock Institute and how they used the Beatles to manipulate your mind. Let me just play a clip of it.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you know, you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of effeminacy, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through.
Encouraged self-control, enthusiasm, reckless abandonment. I mean, they mess with your brain. You can listen to the Beatles' music, and you can go through cycles of bipolar disorder. Yeah. So, Jared, let's not just call Donald Trump anything right now. Let's wait till he does investigate Hillary Clinton. Oh, that's right. He doesn't want to Hillary. The whole thing about jailing Hillary, he gave up on, right? Ah, okay. So he doesn't want to jail Hillary. And he doesn't want to deport Obama either. Okay, so he backed out on those. Well, we have only one choice then, is to dump Trump, right? There you go. I'm thinking possibly impeachment, but with a Republican-led Congress, it's going to be difficult to get the impeachment clear, but we can certainly look at that as an option. Yeah, so he doesn't want to jail Hillary. He doesn't want to investigate the Podestas. So he's going to give him a pass, meaning he's probably complicit. He doesn't want to go after Barack Obama's birth certificate, which, according to Joe Arpaio, is definitely clearly a forgery, and I've been saying that for about 8 years now. So, yeah. Molten iron river discovered speeding beneath some molten iron. Wow, this is really weird. Okay. Speeding beneath Russia and Canada. It's like iron circulating the Earth and speeding around. Look at that molten. Somebody just opened this up. Wow. Deep below our planet's surface, a molten jet of iron, nearly as hot as the surface of the sun, is picking up speed. The stream of liquid has been discovered for the first time by telltale magnetic field readings 3,000 kilometers below North America and Russia, taken from space. The vast jet stream, some 420 kilometers wide, has trebled in speed since 2000. Tripled in speed, I think it meant, is now circulating westwards at 40 to 45 kilometers per year, deep under Siberia and heading towards Europe. That's 3 times faster than typical speeds of liquid in the outer core. No one knows yet why the jet has gotten faster, but the team that discovered the accelerating jet thinks it's a natural phenomenon that dates back millions of billion years. I don't think so. Yeah, this is a very bad sign, and we have evidence that the Arctic Circle is warming up 30 degrees more than normal. Centigrade. That's right. Thanks, Jared, for sharing your views tonight. We can't confirm any of these stories you say about Trump, but thank you very much. Voter jury duty. Yeah, we should definitely eliminate voter jury duty. My goal is to get people of your own peers. Most people that are up for trial have prior offenses. And we've got a standing group of jurists right now in our prisons that don't do anything. And they'd welcome $5 a day. So, yeah, a lot of prisoners can be jurists for prison. People that have prior offenses. Anybody who has no prior offenses, we would seek regular citizens through a volunteer basis. The Tavistock Institute developed the mass brainwashing techniques which were first used experimentally on American prisoners of war in Korea. They went on to develop the beetles. In fact, the scarab beetle is the symbol of Satan and the dark forces. And when you track the Tavistock Institute, you'll find out that they had their start right after the Nazis collapsed. They were the people the social engineers are working under Adolf Hitler, and they were put to task right after World War II. 1946 was the origin of the Tavistock Institute. That's what I said. Use inmates as jurors. That's correct. For people that have prior offenses. Isn't it a good idea, don't you think? I'm serious, absolutely. Criminals can judge criminals. I mean, aren't they their peers? I mean, if a person has a prior offense, they go back for another one. Aren't their peers prisoners? I don't make green screen visuals. I do a show every night, which could be called an entire green screen visual. Well, you guys just kick back and relax while the air contaminates, while the underground stream of molten iron accelerates, while the Arctic Circle begins to warm up and release methylene from the ocean floor, which is a highly toxic gas. Just kick back and relax, have a beer, watch some TV on your LED screen. No need to worry about anything. There's no need to think. The elitists have that covered for you. They're going to be dumping 6,000 times more chemtrails on your head under Donald Trump. That's what somebody in the room said last night. He seemed to know what he's talking about, too. I think conflict of interest would be an issue with a jury comprised of convicted inmates. You do? Why? I think most inmates know whether somebody's telling the truth. Almost every inmate says that they're innocent, so, Don't you think they'd feel sympathetic for the person? And they go, I don't want you to come in. Or do you think they just want them to join and become part of the prison population? But why would we have a call for American citizens who have no criminal background to go be jurists for people with second offenses? Yo, brah, totally. Ride out the wave, dude. Yeah, and Epstein and Trump and their connection, the Orgy Island connection, we got to find this out. Thanks, Jared. Jared, you're awesome to come in here, and you're so busy working closely with the Trump. And, your wife Ivanka is probably, wondering why you're in here chatting. Yes, the Tavistock Institute originated the mass civilian bombing raids carried out by Roosevelt and Churchill purely as a clinical experiment in mass terror, keeping records of the results as they watched the guinea pigs reacting under controlled laboratory conditions. Noble Watchman, you can send a link if you want, whatever you want to do. You got a lot of deep research you do. Noble Watchman's here, folks. Yep, so, yeah, we're kind of at the brink point where we want to do a lot of things. We don't need to build the fence, obviously. It's my idea, so I'm about ready to scrub it. I don't think Trump's going to be able to build a wall or a fence or anything. I think he's all talk just to get elected. This can be done much simpler with masers, electrified streams of electricity that can, cause, rapid death to somebody who crosses over the line. All we need to do is string a neon wire along the 1 mile road. And the neon wire could have little flaps on it in multi-languages saying, Entrada equal muerte. No entrada, muerte Yeah, so the death will occur if you enter. Some of you are experts at speaking Spanish. Could you give me some sort of a wording I could use? No entrada in Mexican. I'm hovering. Let me drop my... There we go. Get down to earth a little bit. Whoa, sí, Booster. Oh, sí. No, zapping the no la cota. Trump will hire Mark Vaughn to add co-host feature to the presidential website. I'm sure. Mark couldn't come up with a code to do a co-host feature on his own site. So and I doubt they're going to have an interactive feature with Donald Trump speaking to you. That was also my idea that he copied just to get elected. Don't any of you speak Spanish other than Feliz Navidad? Because that's not going to keep people coming over the border, Charles. I want to see the wall built out to the Great Wall of China. 658. The wall can't be built. It would take 10 years to build a wall. A fence can be built, but it can't possibly. With this guy, come on. Donald Trump hasn't done anything himself for entire lifetime. I mean, he just hires people and doesn't pay them. I mean, all right. No entrada. No entry muereses. Morarias. No entras. Do not enter, you will die. No entre moriras. Mariras. Okay, we got it. Gracias. We have what we will put on the flaming neon LED light that will flicker along the border. Yeah, seriously. It'll be like 5 feet ahead of the 6-tiered mazer that'll be going from point to point a mile away. See, what I mostly learned from most of the commercial TVs. Like, I learned my Spanish language from a commercial I watched called Frito the Bandido. Ay, I am a Frito Bandido. That's all I know. And some basic Spanish skills that I learned along the way. The LSD counterculture of the 60s, the student revolution, was financed by $25 million from the CIA. You nailed it there, man. Yeah. That's how they brought the whole drug culture to us. The Beatles framed the drug culture. You saw them go from clean-cut guys sitting there to a bunch of drug addicts in like 6 or 7 years, and then the whole world was going, yeah, well, I might as well be a drug addict too. Yeah. So the whole 60s movement and the whole peace movement was relegated to the drug culture, and then you guys dispensed with it like it was no big deal. I lived through it. In 1967, I'm driving down the road, and these hippies were going, peace, man, peace, end the Vietnam War, man. And they were like in their 20s, you know, and they were like, and I was watching, I was like a kid, 7 years old, going, wow, Mom, what's this peace movement all about? And my mom's going, oh, honey, these are just a bunch of hippies that just don't understand that the world doesn't work the way they think it does. My mom worked for the space industry. She was one of the key people at the beginning of the space program in itself that led to the missile defense systems, the ICBM system we have today. She was hilarious. Hey, Hillary got laid 50,000 times during the Flower Child 60s? I don't think so. She seems like a lady that wasn't that active during that time period and discovered her sensuality later in life. Nah, bro. The goal of the Tavisai is to confuse everyone to the point where they don't have a grasp of what the truth is. That's true, too. That's part of their dialogue. You know more than Noble Watchman, man. The Institute for Policy Studies was funded by James Paul Warburg. Its co-founder was Marcus Raskin, protege of Big George Bundy, president of the Ford Foundation. Yeah, see, we're all connected. Henry Ford was a Nazi. He supported the Tavistock. That president of the Ford Foundation, McGeorge Bundy, was behind it. Yeah. So are you beginning to understand what's happened to you all your life? You've been brainwashed. I think it's simple to say that as much as I love the Beatles and I still enjoy listening to their music, they do evoke real weird feelings and thoughts like, let it be, let it be, let it be, yeah, let it be. Meaning don't do anything. Become apathetic. Let it be. Just resign to your lounge chair and sit there and babble. Let it babble. Let it babble. So the whole idea was to take us through a whirlwind of emotional upheaval, get into our brains, and then say, okay, we're going to put you to rest. drug culture. Peace, screw peace. We need war. That kind of thing. I love Rolling Stones too, yeah. Hello, USS Safe Hawk. We've got people out there, Navy seamen off the coast, watching our show. She'll be in a little bit, man. She's taking a break. You know, we do the show every night intensely, giving you our all. It carries on program surveillance for Bechtel, Kaiser, and 400 other companies, extensive intelligence operations for the CIA. It's the largest institute on the West Coast promoting mind control and behavior sciences. Today, the Tavistock operates a $6 billion a year budget. Networks around the U.S. Hey, could you do me a favor, Noble Watchman? And I don't normally ask for this, but could you email the file that you're sending to through the in parts? Could you email that to me at America's Third Party? You can send it from an undisclosed location if you want to protect your email address. I really need to see that because instead of copying everything in the show, that would be great. I respect the research you've done there, and it seems to be better than the research I have right now. So, thank you. Yeah, Bob Fan is here. War is a for-profit tool for the Federal Reserve Bank. Yep, they've been keeping us going on wars. Any of you have information on the Tavistock Institute, I'm interested. But specifically you, Noble Watchman. Thank you. Mel Gibson wasn't against Jewish people in it. Right. Yeah. Mel Gibson is a guy who's comes in our room now. He hangs out. He's misunderstood by a lot of people. My hair is falling out? I don't think so. This is solid, man. Yeah, what makes you think my hair is falling out? Well, and Jewish people don't like him because he made Passion of the Christ, and he's making a second Passion 2. It's coming out soon. I think he has a passion for money because he made $640 million on Passion 1. So there you have it. Boy, you're really pushing this picture. Okay, let's take a look. It's the picture that Scissor Fight wants us to look at, and we have another picture we want to look at too from Scissor Fight. Well, let's be clear. Yeah. No, we keep Texas, thank you. Texas is a good, solid area, buffer zone for the fence. I'm still on board with the fence. It's my idea. I'm going high tech with masers. I'm not going to waste time putting up electrified barbed wire. I mean, what a waste. Here is the Ellen DeGeneres reveal here. It's a picture of what appears to be the takeover of the country by the white man, overcoming the Indians. And this is a second appearance by Michelle. Yeah, that was the ugliest picture I've ever seen. Michelle did a dance thing with Ellen DeGeneres a few years ago. You probably have seen clips of it on my show. It's worth watching. It's interesting. You can't really see anything revealing in the dress, but when she was wearing a pantsuit, even Joan Rivers was quite amazed.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'm not a big hateful person toward anybody. I really am very accepting of people, and I am more than willing to accept the idea that Michelle is a dude. I'm having a problem with Michelle and Barack lying about their sexuality and about a lot of things. That's where I don't like liars. Hello, Bob. How you doing, man? Yeah, I've talked about my hair. It's incredible. I love it. I found the right hair shampoo to use, and it came out perfect. I'm so pleased. What the hell? I know, you just saw a penis on your first lady. Are you in shock? Bob's here, yeah, he's in. We unbanned everybody, so you guys can all come in now. It's improving somewhat, because a lot of people are watching our show from around the world and unable to get into our guest show. So by unbanning all, I'm actually giving you a better chance to get in. Because when Vaughn bans people, he bans the entire IP, and it creates a sector issue. So hopefully more people can get in, but I think we still have a lot of problems about that. People would freak out if they knew how many stars, etc., are trannies. Yes, people are watching me all over the world. We're number 1 in Sydney right now, and in Melbourne. And we're number 1 in New Zealand. No. You even abnormal, you're having problems because you actually like Barack Obama, didn't you? Yeah, we have a lot of issues with the fact that Barack Obama lied about his bisexuality, and the transgender we know as Michelle, who never had a picture of a pregnancy once, adopted the 2 children, or maybe they're borrowing the 2 children because the kids don't have birth certificates online. There's no proof that Sasha or Malia were born in America. No, I'm famous now. You know, I never planned on becoming famous when I was younger. I was just, you know, a person hanging out, doing what I thought was best, you know, starting businesses. I never expected to be famous in life. When I decided to start America's Third Party, I chose to be notorious.
The second most important responsibility he had was dealing with the finances of terrorism. So researching how terrorism is funded, which companies are being used, and yes, so it was terrorism funded and whitewashing money that he was investigating.
Mystery.
For how long did he hold this position with NATO under this title? How long has he been with NATO?
He's been with NATO. He joined NATO in 1998, and since the very beginning he's maintained the same position. So he's been researching the accounts and already for a long time.
Okay, mystery as NATO Auditor General is found shot dead in suspicious circumstances. Police in Belgium are probing the death of a high-ranking NATO official after his body was discovered in his car with a gunshot wound to the head. Yep. I'm pro-allies. NATO is our ally. I support our allies. I would never turn my back on our allies. Unlike Trump, who said he would nuclear attack Europe. Yeah. He's planning on... He said he's open to the option of attacking Europe with a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump did. I'm pro-NATO, yes. I'm telling him Trump needs to fill 4,000 positions. You're telling who, Bob? You told Dave if he really wants to serve? Trump's not going to bother contacting me. I wouldn't be safe at all if I were to serve under Trump. I would be in jeopardy. I would be under military control. So I'm not going to be in any way compromising my safety. You got to understand, when he stole 10 plus of my ideas, and the story's now global, and the mainstream media in America won't cover that story. I have major risks now wherever I go. So taking a job with Trump would be a waste of my time. We're going to go ahead and continue to do the work the American people need to discuss the safety and security of our nation without having to sacrifice our security ourselves. So we'll keep this show going all the way up through 2020. All right, so Sarah is here talking about the lethal electric fence tonight. I mentioned our idea of the Mazers, electrified, non-wired fence.
Right.
Now, I don't have a hairline problem, dude.
That's a good idea David has.
No, I don't have a hairline problem, man. I've got great hair.
Yeah, of course. Yes, you do.
I'm not in the money, Bob. You're a materialistic guy, so you don't understand how I am. I'm not viable like Trump, who's a very greedy guy. I'm the guy who came up with the ideas that gave Trump the victory, and Trump stole the ideas. So I wouldn't want to work for a guy like that. I'd rather just retire. I'm already retired.
It's a group that was created after World War II in order to come together and discuss international issues and...
You're talking about NATO?
International issues, yes.
Yeah. NATO's original force was to actually provide safety and security for Europe, and we're definitely allied with NATO. Donald Trump, not so much. He doesn't seem that aligned with anybody. He seems to be a person whose primary desire is to get noticed and to actually pad his pocket. I see Donald Trump as a... Can I do this? Yeah. I see Donald Trump as a pocket padder. Okay, I'll take a look at those videos, guys. Up front, we're going to just talk to the chat right now. Sarah's going to get started.
Over there,
yeah,
so
go ahead.
Do that. Thanks.
Can ideas truly be stolen if the expression is different from the originals, and have they not even actualized yet? Yes, it's called intellectual property right theft. And in their entirety, when I copyrighted my work in 2008, and Donald Trump took every one of the ideas that I had way back in 2008 and called them his own, that's absolute theft. That's fraud and thievery. You can't lie to the American people claiming these are your ideas. It's punishable. It's actually civil and criminal. Both civil and criminal offenses are being committed.
Thanks. I'm glad I motivate you.
Chicken was good. I liked the chicken. I'm going to have a repeat of the chicken tonight, I think.
Good. That sounds great.
Yes, I'm running for president, yeah. Nick, please. Nobody's captive in anybody's house. Yeah, I'll show you how to do it. Let me give you a tutorial.
Okay, give me.
You go here, and you look at Nick, and you see his name in a list of the people watching us, and you take his name like right here, and you go boom like that, and that takes Nick out of the search. And then you have to go up here and hit enter to bring it back.
Can't you just go like this then to bring it back?
I guess you can. Okay, yeah, you found a better way. Okay, good. Nobody looks uncomfortable here. Sarah and I have been doing a show for 8 years. This is why I don't interact with you people at Twitter. Or Twitch. I should be interacting more with people on Twitter. Trump has more debt than he can handle. He doesn't want to put any of his funds in a public trust, which is required by law. I need to get this big back in shape so I can read it. There we go. And Trump doesn't want to in any way divest his assets. He's actually having a hard time with the asset divestiture of giving his businesses to his funds in a public trust, which is required by law. I need to get this big back in shape so I can read it. There we go. And that is clearly grounds for impeachment. This is... Wait a second. I got to take this person out too. Hang on. X. Yeah. There we go. All right, and then we X out of that. Okay, thank you. Support Israel or the other NATO countries, arm them. Why do I have to just keep linking all the time? I got people kicking links constantly.
You don't have to click on them.
But what bothers me is that I can't really check out Spark people right now. Sorry.
I mean, just because people give you a link doesn't mean...
I always do what comes next. So.
You don't have to.
I think it's the way to go.
How do I unban? Ban user.
You're unbanning Nicks?
Timeout user. Yes, is to unban him. Mod user.
No, it's a done deal. It's over. They don't have an unban.
I don't know.
No. Nick, you're gone. Yeah. He never got banned.
Yeah, he did.
Really?
And then he sent you a message.
Well, I'm not sure he's banned. I think they just banned you for a couple minutes on that channel.
All right.
Dave seems to entertain first place on Vaughn when it comes to the people section. Yeah, because people are interested in knowing about the future without war. Hillary and Trump are both corrupt. Did you not get the memo that we're starting a third party? What is wrong with you two-party idiots, man? You come in here every night and go, do you think Hillary would have been better than Trump? They're both screwed. God.
Why didn't you take a break?
I can't believe people ask me that.
how do I unban over on Twitch? Maybe you guys can help me out with that. What was the last president that wasn't corrupt? John F. Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs crisis? Oh, okay. So slash ban and slash unban work over here too. Alright, thanks, Donut Glazer. Hi. Well, I know, David is very upset. Bay of Pigs was before your time? Read about it. Mystery as NATO Auditor General is found shot dead in suspicious circumstances. Express? Oh, I guess I have to click on that too deep down, and then I'll freeze my computer because I'll have too many links open. Alright, Nick, just be nice and say nice things about me. And even nicer things about David.
The second most important responsibility he had was dealing with the finances of terrorism. So,
all right. I know it's what you do, study history. You're probably better than I am at studying history. Well, you know, he'll definitely make it having a show for a long time. With being the way he is.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yes, exactly. Ice cubes, you think will calm him down? I don't know. Ice cream. We went to go buy some ice cream today, but we decided against it because the only brand that doesn't have corn syrup in their ice cream was completely sold out. So we decided not to do that today. I think once David comes back, I might have to close out of the Twitch account, and then you will just have to wait until I come back for me to turn back on. I mean, for me to log back into Twitch to respond to your information. Thank you, 436. Well, I guess he has a lot. He's very passionate. The peanut butter cookies were better than I thought they would be. They're very good. Good point, 658. No, I'm not going to tell David to fix his hair. I should probably fix my own hair. My hair was like green screening out. I clicked on... David clicked on your link, Mad Dog. Well, he did close out of it after he clicked on it. The Spark People one. I know I'm normal. I've known you for about 9 or 10 years. It's pretty amazing. Why is there a stick in the SUV? I guess to show that it was driving around somewhere. Maybe I can take the picture off. What's this scene? Actually, I was going to have scene 4 as my scene, and then David, changed it to something else. See? Whatever. I should just adopt, scene 10, but I should make sure that when I do that, I'll go to scene 4 first, or scene 1. When I create a scene, I should make sure that I go back to David's scenes. David does like my cooking, it's true. He liked my peanut butter cookies, which is good. And he liked my pecan pie, which my pecan pie was awesome, I have to say. The officials said that businesses with embassies in those countries will be suspended. The Israeli officials? you're a Republican. David will be back in about 20 minutes or less. No, David's not a big football game person. They looked good. You liked the cookie cam. The crust turned out well. It turned out pretty good. Which is, I'll use that method in the... I don't think it's an insect. I think it's just a stick sticking out of the bumper of the truck. You guys didn't notice it before because David was sitting in front of it. Donut Glazer, you're not going to get anywhere with, like, naughty words. Stevo DeHero asks, how are we going to stop the Japanese doing their annual whale hunts? Well, if we can stop the people from purchasing the whale oil and the whale meat and the whale parts, then there wouldn't be a... If there's no market for the whale pieces, then they're going to... If there's no market for it, then they wouldn't actually go and do that. Thanks for how to unban, but I put you on a timeout for 10 minutes. So that's how we're going to stop the Japanese from doing their annual whale hunt, is trying to get people to not buy whale stuff. Still good, UK. Yes. Okay, I will thank David for his Christmas gift to unban all. It's a whale of a tale. Sometimes, 288, all our students, all our teachers. Thank you. Well, I think I have enough things. I don't need to go buy more stuff. I'm not drinking anything tonight. I look young. It's probably just because I decided not to do my makeup. What do I think of the government letting these ISIS refugees into our beautiful country? Well, I think that we have to... Well, David would say that he doesn't want refugees coming into our country, and I would say that we have an agreement with the UN, thanks to someone who did some education for me. We have an agreement with the UN to allow refugees into our country, and so if we wanted to get rid of that agreement, then we can talk about refugees coming in or not coming into our country. So I think that we, as it stands now, we are abiding by our UN International Refugee Agreement. So I do think, though, that we want, one of the things about America's Third Party is that we want to make it more difficult for people to come into our country illegally. So we want a stronger border patrol. Well, so Pitted Bra, I believe that we should, totally send the UN to a different country or at least a different island. Like, for instance, even if we like took one of the islands off the coast of Alaska, or even one of the islands off the coast of Maine, and we made that the UN meeting place instead of New York City, I think that would be a good idea, because the fact that the UN meets in New York City, that really chaps my hide. It's especially the fact that all of those diplomats have diplomatic immunity and therefore can go around New York City and just kind of do anything they want and not be answering to the authorities. It's just not good. Move it to New Jersey, well then they would still fly into New York. That's not an answer. The League of Nations didn't last too long, that's correct. I agree, put them on an island somewhere. Like, there's islands off the coast of Maine, there's islands off the coast of Alaska. Well, I would even move it into the Guantanamo Bay instead of having Guantanamo Bay being a place where we store our prisoners. I'm not talking about the refugees being on an island. I'm talking about all the actual UN ambassadors and all the UN meeting place being on an island. Because I really, right now the UN meets in New York. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Duct Tape. Diplomats can still be expelled from a country without cause or without reason because of their diplomatic immunity. You don't want people in Antarctica? I don't think they would meet in Antarctica, so... Yes, exactly. Obama did say he was going to shut down Guantanamo Bay, and he never did. Good night, 627. Everyone related to the UN, 6000. Hello, hypnosis. He's a phony, brah. Totally. I agree with that. 150,000 volt source and substation every few miles to sustain the 6 amps needed to be lethal. So forget solar power for it. Well, David's new idea is to do maser. Is that more cost efficient? Thank you, Potato Girl. Yeah, exactly. Pew, 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 laser, maser. Yeah. Alright, well, you'll have to wait until David becomes president and it passes through Congress, too. Your Antarctica. So how long before Trump starts World War III? Well, he's going to be sworn in on January 20th. And then give him a couple weeks, maybe? No matter where the UN is located, it wouldn't matter, as its class is extraterritoriality. The thing is, though, Steve-O DeHero, it does matter because all of those ambassadors travel through New York City at the very minimum and in through the country of the United States. So I believe it does matter because I believe an island is easier to demarcate as extraterritorial rather than a place within a city. The Vaughn people a real PC of work? Yes. Time travelers could use parallel dimensions to visit the past, scientists claim. Well, yes, I believe that's true. A lemon juice with salt can stop migraine headaches within minutes? Wow. Alright. But I don't believe that I understand what you're saying. You're saying basically they're still going to have their diplomatic immunity. I don't want to put the UN anywhere inside U.S. borders unless it's on an island. Yes, go back in time and discuss politics with teenage Sponheim, and I'm sure you'll find he was exactly the same.
Diana Cell Phone, and this is 4for4 Science.
That's true. If time travelers go into a parallel dimension to visit the past, they would end up in a parallel past, which is kind of pointless. I think you can do that in your mind. Mind travel. Did they? They voted on Israel as their next location? Yay. I have way too much open. I can't do actual research because I have too many things open. Mind travel is dreaming, like daydreaming. Yes, I used to not daydream. But now I do sometimes. Alright, top stories. United Nations. Alright. I'm doing a little research. The current Israeli administration pleaded with the U.S. to help keep the UN off Israeli territory. Hello, silent man. Thank you, one Siep man. Is that one sapien kind of thing? Thank you. It would help if I could spell. I don't have an orangutan fur coat. It's Mongolian fur, not orangutan fur. I agree we shouldn't displace Israel again. However, I would say that we don't need to continue funding Israel. There's a big fight at a mall in Colorado. And one sapien, siep, whatever, one sapien See out, man. I don't drink coffee. I drink hot cocoa, but no coffee. I used to drink coffee a lot, but I don't anymore. So it's a resolution condemning Israel's settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. The U.S. abstained on the resolution, allowing it to pass rather than vetoing it, as it usually does with resolutions it sees as overly critical of Israel. Wow. All right. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Why did I stop downing coffee, Rob? Because it was causing my hands to go like this.
Yeah.
No, not quite that, but...
I have a Christmas card from someone. We're going to open up...
Christmas card? Cool.
This Christmas card is from someone who sent us a Christmas card.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accusing President Barack Obama of working behind Israel's back to put forward the UN Security Council resolution.
Thanks. Oh, season's greetings. Thank you so much. Wow, personal note. Dave and Sarah, Amber, Merry Christmas. Thanks for the years. Past 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, and future good luck. Ace Fan. Right on. Ace Fan sent us a Christmas card.
Ace Fan's cool.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
From Ace Fan. Yeah, he's been around since 2012. Hi, you too, Laura.
So I found out one
Hello.
thing with this, another thing, David.
Yes.
I found out you can click on their name.
Yeah.
And that brings up that thing too.
Oh, does it really? Oh, okay.
And then another thing I found out.
Didn't work for me last time. Were we able to unban anybody?
And I'm going to just mute for a few minutes. And then yes, I unbanned because the unban thing works where you click unban.
It toggles off and on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll be a little nicer to people like Nick over at Twitter.
David already did unban all for a Christmas treat.
We
and
did.
They said thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys can come back and check out our political discussion. You know, I've taken a lot of heat over the years, and it's been very difficult to keep the show rolling 8 years in a row now. With all the different things I've had to do to keep the show on track. Sometimes I may have made a mistake. I may have unfairly banned you or muted you. Police on the scene after a large fight sends customers running from the Wolf Chase Galleria in Memphis. Something happening there. Yeah, I don't hold any grudges because I realize we have to work together to get this country to work right. And it's difficult to see our country now swing all the way to the other side with this notion I call pendulum politics. It's a concept where the country just completely rotates back and forth, and it's frustrating for me because I want to form a centrist political union and find commonality. And many people just want to keep driving a wedge between the left and the right. It's not right. And the elitists, they're behind this driving of the wedge between the left and the right. They're trying to factionalize us. Thanks for keeping people informed. You know, what happened to Harambe, somebody framed it this way. If you had a 6-year-old son, would you want the Harambe blown away? And it was your son being touched by Harambe? And I had to agree with him, yeah. I don't have a kid, so...
David always talks politics.
You're welcome. But they're playing pendulum politics with us, and what I want is the pendulum to sit in the center and for us to form common union here and find out how do we fix each one of these problems, not just promise 24 million jobs like Donald Trump did. Well, it was clear that Harambe was protecting the little boy, but I'm going to phrase it to you. If you had a little boy sitting there with Harambe protecting it, wouldn't you want Harambe's head blown off?
Thanks, Easy.
Seriously. Would you trust Harambe to take care of your little 6-year-old boy?
Wow, exam.
Yes, I'd like a silverback to be my child's... I mean, seriously.
No, I voted for that guy.
Thank you. I'm here. And
I voted for David.
I voted for me too. Thank you, Sarah. You know, I did write your name in as a judge in our area. Because there were no competitive names for the judge, and I didn't like the judges in our area. They're too liberal. Even though people accuse me of being liberal. And I actually wrote her name in. She'd be a great judge. Zionism aims to establish... Yes, we know. We found that out. Israel was just a stepping stone. Yeah, I wouldn't vote for Trump because Trump took 10 of my ideas to win this election. I've been doing this for 8 years without any mainstream media attention whatsoever, except for some negative libelous statements that somebody made at the Rolling Stone. No, my hair's better than Trump's. Yeah, I have superior hair. I can prove it too. Under spectroscopic analysis, microscopic analysis, I'm sure my hair follicles are better than his. I don't like animal abuse. I don't like the kids that are being abused around the country. I don't like the fact that 50,000 kids are snatched from their homes every year and then we don't know what happened to them. I was overwhelmed by weirdness the other day when I found out from Scissor Fight that there's a website out there where people eat human meat. There's a cannibal website out of Los Angeles where people eat human meat. I'm in a state of shock that this is really happening. These are 100%. These 3D veneers are really well made. They won't fall apart. They're like a very super strong nylon or something. Yeah, did you hear? Cannibal, yeah, Scissor Fight, you can post the link if you want. I mean, it's... Let me look it up in my link registry. I was going to show Sarah this. I was shocked that... Hi there.
The U.S. currently provides 22% of the UN's budget, according to CNN.
Oh, really? The U.S. provides...
Welcome back, Donut Glazer. Hopefully you'll have a better...
22%, yeah. That's the Millennium Directive. Oh, well, I guess it purged from my... Good, I'm glad. It purged from my record. My history doesn't even have it. Yeah, it was some weird site out of Los Angeles dedicated to putting together dining on human meat. I was like, what? Christmas is great. Yeah, this was a very, very calming and peaceful Christmas for us. Went like clockwork, really. I'm glad we did the show, too. I uploaded the show, by the way, to my website on YouTube.
That's my shoulder pads. My real shoulders aren't as big as David.
This is my YouTube site where I uploaded last night's Christmas Day event.
Christmas was good.
Yeah. It was at least the cooking show. David, learn how to green screen correctly. We are green screening correctly. This is best corrected with 12 watts of energy. We're running LED lights, 65 watts each, that only consume 12 watts, two at a time. I mean, I've got a 6-watt drain.
It's like spring down there.
Sarah hasn't let her hair out. She just keeps it back. Yeah. Cut David's hair? What do you mean? I like my hair. What's wrong with my hair?
Yeah, your hair's great.
These people constantly talk about my hair. It's like, well, there's nothing wrong with my hair. Hi, Donut. I can see people at Twitter have a lot to say. That's great. A lot on your mind. I'm gray naturally. I gray naturally, thank you. I don't want to shave my head. I have a great hair. I have a great head. It was weird to have the AC going on Christmas.
Yeah, his temperature's in the 80s.
Oh, really? I'm not vain about my hair. I'm concerned that people, are constantly talking about my hair. Oh, I know you were joking. They even created a state dedicated to the denial of Jesus. Really? What do they call that? Israel? The state of Israel. Right, there you go. Well, isn't it their right to freely speak out what their religion is? Noble watchman. Don't you think the people have the right to speak out about whatever their religion is? I mean, it's called freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Sarah needs a kiss. Well, I'm not in the mood to kiss anybody right now. I'm dealing with the tragedy of having Trump as her president. Yeah, I'm still coping with the reality that this entire nation could go into a tailspin right after his election, right after his inauguration. Yeah, I'm a little bit. I'm going to say concerned that the economy is just too good to be true right now, and we're about ready to take a big dump. And I don't mean the kind you do in the morning. I mean the economy is going to be collapsing along with the global economic collapse, simultaneous. Welcome to the future of America, where no person bragging about all the jobs he's going to create is going to do that. He just wanted to get elected because he wanted another feather in his cap, and you're stupid enough to vote for him. I don't know, people are stupid, November, that's why. November said, why are so many people hopeful and happy that Trump won? I know, because they're stupid, that's why. I am supportive of Israel, yes, but I'm not a Zionist. I define Zionism as something much greater. The idea of global New World Order, globalism, that's Zionism. I'm against Zionism. My hairline looks great, yeah, I know. It's awesome, isn't it? Oh, God, it's like they're obsessed with my hair, and I think that's really kind of indicative of how the culture itself has a depressed IQ, possibly about 86 on the IQ scale. The average IQ, I think, is about 86. And most of the people who are breathing chemtrails are like, like Donut Gleiser. Thank you for speaking out, man. Hi. I don't know. It seems like we're being dumbed down, anesthetized, forced to do things we don't want to do, like vote between two parties and not realize that there's a third party alternative. The censorship that's been, you see how we're locked in? This is why you have to go enter. We've got numerous people twitching over there. And it just doesn't update. Twitch is notorious for this. Inability to update. Well, I had a lot of votes, Nick Hall. They just didn't, you guys didn't get me on the ballot. Sarah is a wonderful gift. She's very happy to be here with her beautiful hair, too. George Michael died alone boyfriend reveals as he battled a secret heroin addiction. Oh, okay. So did he overdose? Is that what happened? Okay, Donut Glazer says, I'm a white taxpaying Republican. I'm very disrespected by what you're saying. Well, Donut Glazer, I guess it comes down to this simple fact that Donald Trump is going to drive a wedge between the left and the right even bigger than Barack Obama did. And by voting for Donald Trump, you basically voted for my ideas, stolen by him. I have the 1,000-mile fence idea. I have the ocean pipeline. I have the mobile medical unit idea. I had all the safe zone. The safe zone idea came from me. The no refugees idea came from me. All of it came from me, and then, except for IDing Muslims and deportation forces. My hair is not missing anything. It's looking good.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong with you. Guess 1A3 must be blind or something. So by voting for Donald Trump, it's like the blind leading the deaf, leading the dumb. It's not a mop. It's a cool, like, casual haircut.
Yeah.
Let me remove that one, too. Globalism is world domination under the guise of social tolerance and progression. I totally agree, man. That's why I'm not in favor of the globalist model. I'm in favor of the nation-state model. But Donut Glazer wouldn't even understand what I'm talking about. He just voted for Donald because he wants to make America great again. Right there, Donut Glazer! God. Because no one got to see me, Steve-O, I've been censored for the past 8 years. Steve-O Daharo said, so if Donald Trump has all your ideas, why are people dumb for voting for him?
Because they should have voted for David.
Because I didn't get a chance to get into the dialogue, you brain-dead idiot.
Here, I'll just settle this.
Just close out that... oh, God, I hate that Twitch chat room. It's like the stupidest millennial morons on Earth. You're like, go back to watching gaming, you idiots.
Well, you can. I'm glad you're watching me, and I'll be back in half an hour.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. I
Okay.
do this normally. So
Do you
this...
want...
no, I'm good. I've got plenty of coffee.
I don't want your blood pressure to go up.
I have low blood pressure. This is how I normally talk.
All right.
Yeah,
I have low
I don't
blood
talk to you
pressure.
this way, but Sarah has low blood pressure. But I got to tell you, I talk like this on the show every night. It's no difference for me. I never talk. I never raise my voice to Sarah. We're very calm, and I have a
He
wonderful...
does talk about politics all the time.
I do. I complain about this weird missing kids thing that's going on with
And he
Pizzagate.
talks about the show.
On the show, yeah. Thank you. All right. So she wants to cut a foot off her hair, so it's going to be she's going to have a new haircut. She's going to donate
I'm thinking about it.
a foot to Locks of Love, and we're going to give her a new haircut. So far today, David, 17 malls have had fight breakouts. Yeah. They're planning on a massive civil war as a result of Donald Trump becoming president. They're stacking the deck against the people and then making the people feel oppressed. And they're also driving a wedge between the left and the right and blacks versus whites. So this is all part of the plan, of the Illuminati plan. It's designed to divide and conquer our country, and they're doing a very good job of creating the environment for that. Pendulum politics, I coined the term, yeah. I'm so glad I was out of that room, God. And then this room, what is this? Nobody's ever in this room. Hi. They really censored all of the access points. YouTube, we don't have anybody over there. And the Twitch people are like brain dead. They're like so out of it. It's not even funny. I would never hurt anybody. I'm dedicated to peace. The pit and the pendulum, yeah. So do you understand what I mean by pendulum politics? It's swinging all the way to the other side now. And that's just to continually piss people off. That's their goal. It's that simple. That's why they put puppets like Trump in charge of countries. I'm going to switch rooms, go over to scene 3. Yeah, I've logged Battlecam. YouTube chats are dead. It's a waste, unfortunately, yeah. Well, there's somehow systematically shutting down all kinds of different venues for chat. We're still trying to find out new ones because we know a lot of people want to chat. Okay, city officials say no shots fired at Elizabeth, New Jersey outlet mall. Chair thrown in a fight created loud noises. Okay, this is my concept to deal with the fake news, is the Media Verification Alliance. So we can call ourselves the Media Verification Alliance right now. And we can just start deciding what's true and what's not. But it won't be something like censorship, which is what the government wants to do. They want to censor everything that goes through our media, calling it true or false. When the news is whatever it is, it's whether you can take it or leave it. I have no proof that anybody died at Sandy Hook Elementary School. I have no verification because there's no bodies, there's no blood evidence, not a stitch of blood evidence in the school claiming that all these kids were killed. Even in the redacted footage coming from the state police in Connecticut, not a stitch of blood evidence. And the FBI said nobody died in Newtown, Connecticut. Yet we need verification. So I don't have any fake news. I take on the toughest subjects and you sit there like a bunch of brain-dead cattle going, moo! Well, I'm taking on some of the toughest subjects under the sun. And you're like, boo! It's unbelievable. I can't believe I was blessed with so much intelligence in a world that doesn't understand a thing I say. It just amazes me. It's like, wow. Why was I put here? To communicate to an empty screen? I'll give you some cowbell now. There you go. I know. And you're drinking the milk from that cow too, who has pretty much a glyphosate diet, Roundup Ready grass. Yeah, you don't even know what kind of milk you're drinking anymore. Could be Roundup Ready. You don't know. Okay, there 12 people were wounded in shootings Monday morning and afternoon, brought to more than 50 of the number of people shot since the Christmas weekend in the U.S. Merry Christmas, everybody. That's what happens when brutality is unchecked, and Barack Obama didn't even tell the police to stop being brutal. Yes. I know you're confused because you don't know what good-looking hair is. Bacteria. Have you ever heard this guy online who he calls himself the Truth Virus? I'd like to do a show called Hey everybody, it's the Truth Bacteria. How you doing, everybody? The Truth Bacteria here. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about what's going on, the Pizzagate thing. Truth Bacteria. What did you see? Any of those 50 die over? I don't know. I have no confirmation that there's 50 people died. I'm just relying on a stupid story. You're right. Thank you for telling me that. See, now you're thinking duct tape. Well, I don't mind you saying it. You of all people who believe everything on face value. Mr. Read it by the cover. Read the book by the cover. No, I'm not high. That is just not true. Calling me high is... Look, I do a show every night. Conspiracy Monday is the best show ever because I really deal with the truth. Hey everybody, it's the Truth Bacteria here. I think that'd be funny. Eva Gabor died. Didn't she die a few years ago? And who's Eva Gabor? Yeah. You don't know who Eva Gabor? Well, maybe you know her sister, Jaja. You remember Jaja? No, you don't. You're not that old. Well, a long, long time ago, there was a show on TV called Green Acres. Green Acres is the place for me. Wow, living is the... Hey, you know, if I were a person who really, really wanted to share the wisdom of the past, I would tell all of you to prepare for the worst with Donald Trump. Don't stand here and just mildly think that everything's going to be great now. I had a friend call me up. He's no longer my friend after he just said, Dave, Trump's going to make everything right again. I said, yeah, right, okay. Don't ever call again. Thanks. Oh, God. And then we get this piece of crap coming in here. Remove, block user. Thank you. Anybody else on YouTube can come in anytime they want if they can get in through the censors. You actually remember Richard Nixon? I do too. I was born at a time when, John F. Kennedy was alive. Nabbit? Black man tells the truth about blacks in America. I've not heard this yet, but I'd like to hear it. Alright, let me check this out.
Hey, how you doing tonight? The only disclaimer I'm going to make for this little presentation, conversation, is that, well, I'll put it like this. Like Chris Rock says, you got black folks and you got niggers. Now, you niggers know who you are, okay?
Excuse me, but just because you're black doesn't mean you can go around calling people the N-word. Yeah. I find that very, very racist. I find it a hell of a lot more racist than me pretending to be Barack Obama in a blackface video. That was pretty nice, actually. I wasn't racist at all. Well, let's be clear. Well, make no mistake about it. Barack Obama is going to lie through his teeth. And then you're going to wonder what just happened. And then you'll say, oh, okay. So where are you and Michelle going to be living? And we find out that Barack Obama, he is going to be living 2 doors down from Tony Podesta. That's right. Tony Podesta, the guy, the same guy whose brother John Podesta and Tony, are involved in this this weird cultic email thing called Pizzagate. Well, it turns out that Tony Podesta, who will be living 2 doors down from Michelle and Brock, get this, Tony Podesta, well, let's be clear. He has a sculpture in his home, and here he is proudly showing people his poster, which shows the beheaded body of Jeffrey Dahmer's victim in the same position as the victim of Jeffrey Dahmer's. And now I'm not going to show that on the screen very long, but this is Tony Podesta looking at his picture of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims, who was posed in that position when they found Jeffrey Dahmer's victim. That's going to be 2 doors down from Michelle and Brock when they live 2 doors down from Tony Podesta. And Donald Trump doesn't want to investigate Pizzagate. Check this out. Okay. Whoa. What is that? The ghost of Christmas past? What the hell is this? Wow. They're grooming her for something. I'm not sure what. She could join Circus and possibly be an act, a side act. But her name is Chelsea, and her father is Webb Hubble. Chelsea Clinton caught stealing from charity. Whoa. No kidding. And guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The Clintons have been criticized for inappropriately using the Clinton Foundation by giving large donors access to the highest levels of government, pay for play. Now it turns out that the first daughter, Chelsea Clinton, may have been involved in the same shady activity in relation to the charity as well. Failed former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton got into a great deal of hot water during the campaign for her management of her so-called charity, the Clinton Foundation, which was finally unmasked as a pay-to-play scheme. Now we're finding out more about Chelsea's central role in the organization and how she used money to fund her own interests. According to internal Clinton emails recently leaked by WikiLeaks, reported on by Fox News, Chelsea diverted a significant amount of money from the charity, which was supposed to be spent on providing health care to needy people around the world, to pay for her extravagant wedding. If this is indeed what happened, Chelsea could face steep consequences, including jail time. Yeah, right. Bill Clinton's top former aide, Doug Bann, referred in a January 4th, 2012 email about Chelsea's spending of the charity money, saying the investigation into her getting paid for campaigning using foundation resources for her wedding and life for a decade, taxes on money from her parents. He said to John Podesta, I hope that you'll speak to her and end this. Once we go down this road, the email also revealed that Chelsea was foolish enough to tell George W. Bush's daughters about it, saying, the Bush kid then told someone else who told an operative within the Republican Party. Chelsea, Chelsea, Chelsea. Bragging about cheating with the foundation money. Oh, those Trump tards don't have anything to say. They don't even question their own leader. Donald Trump won't even prosecute Hillary. Tell me that isn't a little weird. The Clinton News Network. Yeah, I agree there. Let's face it. You're going to find out Trump is just like Clinton. In a few months, you're going to be sitting back going, I can't believe he hasn't started the wall yet. Messing with the genes could wipe out geniuses from the earth. Yeah, well, I'm not having kids, so the genius dies here. I'm so glad that YouTube is censoring me now. Thank you, YouTube. Wow. Science warning. Messing with genes could wipe out the entire geniuses from the earth.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of genes that contribute to genetic variants that contribute to Alzheimer's disease, autism, schizophrenia, psychiatric disorders, depression, intelligence. And so it's rapidly becoming clear that a lot of the genes that provide us with risk also provide us with an evolutionary advantage. And so, and not only that, they're very well straddled or distributed throughout the entire human genome. So it becomes very difficult, something like CRISPR-Cas9, to remove a gene for psychosis or remove a gene for Alzheimer's disease, because the genetic variants are literally all over the genome. And many of them also provide a genetic benefit, probably, or an evolutionary benefit as well.
Yeah, I mean, you frequently see kids who are idiot savants who are brilliant. They can come up with incredible numerical solutions to complex computations. He seems a little confused, doesn't he? It's like he probably lost his brain somewhere along the road. The video dude sounds pretty odd, yeah. He's a doctor, if you can believe that. That's what 6 years of your mom and dad paying for your education gets you. So pitted. So pitted, you're out of here. Bye. Nice try, though. You lasted about, what? Not bad. An hour and a half. Right. Like the genes to be eliminated would also likely prevent someone reaching the age to use their genius. You'd only catch a glimpse of it for sure. Yeah, half of white and half of black kids are in government welfare. Fact. SOB. Who are you calling a son of a bitch? SOB. Oh, you're sobbing. I'm sorry. Well, look at all the aborted babies that would have been geniuses. There's like 60 million aborted fetuses since the advent of Roe v. Wade. Actually, the number is closer to 72 million, David. Thank you. Yeah, 72 million kids would have been alive today. And many of them could have been real smart. I can see you're sobbing. I don't know why. I mean, it's not like you're losing anything. Look, if we had the ability for a genius to get to the top of the political heap without censorship, I would be your president right now. But because we don't have that ability in our country, because of the corruption at the top, people like me are limited and we're unable to even get a college education. In fact, most white people are being victimized by affirmative action. And that's nothing to say bad about black people or Hispanic people. It's just a little unfair for white people not to get a scholarship or not to get into major universities, Ivy League universities. When you go to get your application in, you sent in, they spit back. So we do need a genius to be president in order to fix this problem, and we can't get it. We got a guy who copies my ideas, Donald Trump. Well, I'd like to see my abilities get to the forefront so I could go out of my way and spend 18 hours a day getting bad people in our government off the government payroll. I'll know within a nanosecond if a person is able to do their job. I'll ask them a couple simple questions, and if they don't come up with an answer within a short period of time, I'm going to take their name down, and they're going to be fired. And we'll hire somebody who can answer my questions. Trump, he just has to rely on George W. Bush's team to continue their... well, we started a war in Iraq. People die fighting for democracy. And now my cabinet is working for Trump. So we'll get the war in Syria going. Laura and I, we're not involved. I do oil painting now. Come on. Gold, 1133. It's like in status land. Silver, 15.73 per ounce. And the Dow Jones still hovering under 19,933.81. You notice there were so many businesses closed today? I was pissed off. I was trying to get some stuff done. And it's like everybody's closed for day after Christmas sales. It could. It could. Dow could break 20 and then drop down again after Trump's inauguration. Oh, God. The thought of it makes me want to puke. I watched The Walking Dead last year, but I'm still waiting for the new season to get uploaded to Netflix. David will never be able to leave Earth. He's imprisoned. No, I'm more than capable of leaving the Earth, but you can't leave in this body. I wouldn't want to go that way. I'd rather just get in this body and take off to points beyond. Nobody's ever gotten out of the out of the ionosphere. There's never been a flight to the moon. There's never been a flight to Mars. It's pretty obvious we never made it to the moon. Why haven't we gone back in 47 years? Donald Trump's wig, you have one more chance to redeem yourself, then you're going to be banned. You came in right after the other guy got kicked out. So you're on short leash here. Short leash therapy. All I can tell you is I have scientific proof from NASA that not only have they been unable to get out of the atmosphere, the Van Allen belts have been much more difficult to penetrate than they ever expected. We never went to the moon. If you think we went to the moon, that was Richard Nixon's wet dream. It's because Richard Nixon couldn't have an erection around Pat. I want to make this perfectly clear. Pat and I are not having any sex problems. I just can't get it up. He basically had a lack of ability to get an erection, so he decided to fake the moon landing. Yeah. You think I'm kidding? Okay, let's start with some basic video evidence, okay? Yeah, man has never been to the moon. That's right. Let's just go right here and take a look at NASA itself talking about someday actually getting out of our atmosphere. No, the Earth is not flat. That's another that's a CIA program called Shoot the Moon. And it's a project designed to detect your stupidity. If you believe the Earth is flat, you have fallen into their net. But here's a NASA admitting that they can't send humans into space. Let's take a look.
The future of space exploration, the emergence of private space sector and daily life in space. These are among the topics we discussed today with two special guests from International Space Station, Terry Wirtz, the current ISS commander, and Samantha Cristoforetti, the first Italian female astronaut in space.
These two bozos are suspended from cables in front of a green screen, dude? Yeah.
Hi Terry, buongiorno Samantha. Thank you very much for joining us on Euronews. I would like to start by asking how you feel about the other 3 crew members returning to Earth. As the next crew will arrive at the end of March, do you feel a bit lonely up there in space?
You know, it was sad seeing.
Blah, blah, blah. Let's get to the point.
And what comes after the International Space Station once its mission is over? How do we ensure the presence of humans in space?
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the
Yeah, we can only fly in the Earth. This is the Van Allen belt that we can't get out of. 230 miles above the Earth's surface. That's as far as we've gone.
We only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to.
Okay, yeah, could go to the moon? Right. I think you get the point. I don't have to belabor this issue. Yeah. And then you take pictures that we do have. And by the way, all the footage from NASA isn't from NASA, by the way. NASA lost all of their videotape. Hello there, Frankie. You have linked you this information a longer time ago. Yes, you did. Thank you, Frankie. You and a couple other people have linked me this. Okay, but when you look at the bigger picture, you know, where's the proof that we were even on the moon? And then you look at all this landing on the moon photographs, and you see clear and obvious artwork, fakery. It was done in a studio. I've got probably 2 hours of endless discussion on how many different fake pictures were engineered in a dark room in UK, in England, right around the time that they made the movie 2001 The Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. And he was involved insofar as allowing them to use the studio to do it. Okay, Jared, thank you. We get the intimation you're making. So many sats in orbit have spotted the landing sites? No, there's no landing sites. That's all lies. There's absolute lies. You couldn't show me a single site right now. You couldn't show me a single site right now that points directly to a marker on the moon with a live camera. I challenge you to find me a live shot of a marker on the moon right now. You cannot devote. No, I've just banned you. Alan Shepard, the Soviet pilot, went, didn't they? No, they didn't go either. Now Jill Stein is asking for the Justice Department to investigate the election. Good for her. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's so many things we don't know that just don't come to pass. We don't hear about them anywhere. And our government has probably developed actual methods of pretending to have space flying saucers, and they're more than willing to pretend that there's an alien agenda. Yet not one of you have ever seen an alien. Let's take a look at Jill Stein here. It never ends. Now, Jill Stein wants the Justice Department to investigate the election. Thank you, Jill. Thanks for doing that. Yeah. Good job. Jill Stein is contributing to her push, let me see if I can read this, to investigate the integrity of the U.S. Electoral College system, with lawyers from the former Green Party presidential candidate asking Attorney General Loretta Lynch to probe the issue. We write to urge the Department of Justice to launch an investigation into the integrity of our nation's election system generally and our nation's voting machines specifically, based on the information we discovered in the course of this representation, reads the letter from Stein's counsel. I think we also need to investigate the Russian connection too. All right, so let's go back over here and talk about that. No, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin they hardly ever made an announcement after they allegedly went to the moon. No, the space station, if it's up there, then great. Have you ever seen it fly overhead, bingo, with a telescope? MTV, wow. Wasting my time without you. Newton could have been proud, yeah. Well, this is the deal. They didn't have enough fuel to get out of the atmosphere. The space shuttle got to the outer rim of the ionosphere. And remember the tiles that burned up? Remember the tiles that burned up? Remember? You remember that? Yeah. Then they scrubbed the space shuttle. Yeah, because it didn't work. It burned up. So how did Apollo get through that 15 years earlier, 20 years earlier? Did they have special tiles in 1969 that didn't burn? Better tiles, more special, more strong, but the tiles got worse when it got older? I have to talk to you like you're a 4-year-old if you don't realize that if you look at the sum total of the moon landing, it doesn't make sense. We never went back. Welcome, massive worldwide audience. Good evening. No, that's just a lot of crap, you know it. The space shuttle got close to the ionosphere and then burned up. Yeah. Well, you think I'm a real whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, because it really has no bearing on this show. But thank you. Let's take a look at some Apollo moon anomalies that you brain-dead dipwads don't understand. Starting with your brain. He knows judo.
Wright once noted that the only bird that could talk was the parrot, and he didn't fly very well. So I'll be brief.
I get people telling me that this flag, that was waving in the picture. And you can see it's clearly waving in the picture. I get people telling me that this is a metallic flag that they controlled with remote control buttons on the side to make it flicker. There is no wind on the moon. So people believe that somehow this waving action was controlled remotely or something. You can't dispute that this is simply indicative of wind. Oh no, come on. Solar winds. Oh, right. Yeah, sure. Oh, God. All right, let's just change the subject, shall we? Our country's being run by psychotic pedophiles who are worshiping Satan, eating children, and drinking their blood to make them feel youthful. They hold secret meetings in places around the world like Orgy Island to have satanic blood-drinking rituals, eating children. And you guys don't want to talk about it. What does that make you? Aiding and abetting a criminal? What does that make you? Complicit in the missing children around the world, around the country? Seriously. Yeah, protect our kids, I know. So people that just walk around going, I'm done, LOL, a dumbass. They don't even want to talk about it. They don't even care if 50,000 kids are missing every year. New kids every year. They don't even want to talk about it. Who's eating the kids? The pedophiles are eating the kids. Yeah. I'm not. You're not. We don't think this way. But these people, they think they're gaining youth and power by eating children. Yeah. There's evidence that Jeffrey Dahmer may have been a body dumper for this group. There's evidence that the Green Valley Killer, the Green River Killer, was a body dumper, Gary Ridgway. That he never actually killed these people. He just dumped their bodies. There's evidence that the guy, the A.T. Keller, P.T. Keller, it was Bound Tie Gag, BTG Killer. The guy in Oklahoma, he was a body dumper. Yeah. BTK, I think it was. Bound Tie Kill. Thank you. That was a body number. So these people that have been arrested and put in jail and spending life sentences, and believe me, Gary Ridgway should have gotten the death penalty, but they gave him a commuted sentence because he showed people where 47 of the graves were. Sister Fight, do you have the link to that cannibal site? Yeah. I want to take a look at that. If you have the link to it, I want to show people how sick people are in the world. Because some of us are just sitting here going, I don't believe any of this is happening. Okay, this is another a crisis actor drill that they're putting together. They're going to participate in an active shooter drill for the first responders. You'll take part as a victim in a drill to prepare for responders to respond to such an event. Makeup and props will be provided. All you have to do is provide wardrobe and a change of clothing when the drill is over. This is a non-paying job, but you can eat. A meal can be provided for you as compensation. This is for educational purposes only. McAllen Miller International Airport. So they're trying to do live crisis actor events all the time in America so that they can go live with the event and put it on television and make it real. And people believe it. We have real celebrities in this chat, do we? Okay. If you believe that. Yeah, so the BLT killer, there you go. It's messed up. Here it is. Scissor Fight found the link. Let me show you this. This is an actual website out of Los Angeles called the Cannibal Club. Whenever a taboo is broken, something good happens, something vitalizing. Henry Miller. Now, this is yeah. So you think I'm kidding about people eating people? Look at this. Specializing in the preparation of human meat, Cannibal Club brings the cutting edge of experimental cuisine to the refined palates of LA's cultural elite. Our master chefs hail from around the world for the opportunity to practice their craft free of compromise and unbounded by convention. So how do you think they get the human meat? Anybody? They're eating people, yes. Hello. Thank you, ATP Korea fan. Welcome. They don't freak you out, bacteria? I mean, we just showed you a link to this secret group that won't even publish their email address. It goes to a pointer. Why do you fall for this stuff? I'm not falling for anything. You just don't believe anything is going on, and a lot of you are complicit in the death of all these innocent people. The real Harrison Ford comes in all the time, yeah. We have him in our show. We have Mel Gibson in our show on occasion. We had Kurt Russell the other day. It's pretty cool. All these celebrities coming to the show. Dude, if you're not aware that these people control our society, you don't understand what an ATP Korea fan has had to do. He's had 4 hours to find a VPN. Just to get in here, it's much work to be here. He says, North Korea clamped down hard on ATV fans. Please stay safe. Thank you so much. A word of hope from ATP Korea fan, folks. 4 hours to get in here. Phenomenal. Tom Cruise doesn't come into the show. You've never had any visits from Tom Cruise. Yeah, well, the fact is, who in the right mind would eat human flesh? Korea is just loaded with ATP fans, man. I know. Welcome, Koreans. That Twitch account got closed. Dude, I'm showing you the Cannibal Club. These people meet in secrecy. You don't think that they're not going to publish their address. If you write them an email, why don't you find out? Write them an email and ask them where you can meet in LA. And you'll wonder if you're going to be the meat in LA. It's called Kukuro disease. I didn't know. People eat their own blood or human flesh and they get Kukuro disease. Looking that up right now. Isn't it against the law to eat humans? I don't think so. If it is, I would like to see laws against it. It's not a fake site. Just go write them an email and find out if they respond saying you'd like to meet for dinner. Kuro causes brain and nervous system changes in similar Crutchfield-Jacob disease. Similar diseases appear in cows, bovine spongiform, also called mad cow disease. Main risk of Kuro is eating human brain tissue, which can contain infectious particles. So yes, avoid the Kukuro disease. Good point. Thank you so much. Tell all that to the elitists who are eating people on a daily basis. You got a new swim spa from Santa, Harrison? Excellent. Harrison's here. You're awesome, Harrison. I'll bet you got that $50,000 one with the cover that you hit the button, it pops up and up. Yeah, you just give the coroner $100, you get dinner. No, Sisterify doesn't live with us. He has his own home. He's just a big supporter, and he gives us a lot of links. Anyone could say a reentry heat protector is shielded to this level. It's all BS coming out of NASA. Never a straight answer. Don't quote me. There's sight. God, I mean, you might as well quote fairy tales. Why don't you just bring me Peter Pan and show how Tinkerbell can wave her wand and things happen? That's about as accurate as a NASA website link. Ducktard. Yeah, the Twilight Zone. Do 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 do. To serve man. It's a cookbook. I cut my own hair. You don't like the way I cut it? I think it looks kind of cool. Screw you. Sorry. Satanists can have flesh of those saved by Christ. What? Are you like talking about Jesus in the same vein as cannibalism? I mean, come on. This isn't some genuflecting food orgy of satanic nature. We don't want to talk about that stuff. All right. Kung Korea. Yeah. Now, let me take a look, Kung. Kung made it in. He found the VPN that gives people access. Let's take a look. Google Translate. Doot. No, Sisterify doesn't live here, man. Dave's not here, man. Okay. Please, Dave, securely. Many North Koreans were arrested for ATP viewing. Oh, I'm so sorry. The chat application we used to communicate lost 30% of our members. We are afraid that police will take them. Koreans, stay safe. David John is safe. Thank you. Koreans, I realize this is extremely difficult for you. You know my message. My message will be loud and clear when I become president. But until then, we're going to have to be patient. Hey, do you want to become a crisis actor like Christine Lenoinen and pretend like your son died at the Pulse Shooting Club? Well, you too can make lots of big money pretending to actually be involved in a terrorist crisis and make people believe that they should lose their guns to gain safety. Government contractors seeking to fill 35 role-play positions for an upcoming event. They work securely with the government, local, city, and state to conduct simulated crisis, $240 to $380 a day. So you tell me. I do this on occasion. I ask people, if you were given, say, a guarantee of $5,000, $5,000, would you go and sign your life away and sign a non-disclosure agreement and participate? Let's see. If you do, press 1. If you're willing to sell your soul off, and just press 1 right there. 138 people. Yeah, that's not a lot. Wish we had more people. So look at all the people. Kool-Aid, you can only vote once. Tress Patty, only once. Duct Tape, you would do it too, huh? You would sell your soul for that kind of money. $5,000. No wonder you believe everything you see. Kids buy swag. Okay. So a lot of people, like Harrison Ford, he'd be willing to sell his soul for some quick cash. You $5,000 to lie about everything. You don't like my shaggy haircut? That's a lot of cheddar. That's what I'm talking about. You can put up a new outhouse outside your outhouse. So a lot of people, I'd say 50% of the people in the country would probably sell their soul for a quick cash. So when you look at all these events that are happening in the news, and you say, oh gosh, all these people, 50 homosexuals died at the Pulse nightclub, but there's no proof. There's 22 kids died in Sandy Hook, but there's no proof. Yeah. So there are people that will do anything. Look at the whole town of Newtown, Connecticut. Everybody's house is paid off. You tell me the likelihood of that happening. Thank you. English Christmas, have happy fresh year and many happy Kyung Curia. Thank you so much. You too. Reptoid. Now that's just sick. It makes me want to do my nails. He says he just had his first dead body last week. And you got a fingernail caught in your teeth. You're sick, dude. Yeah, that's just sick. Are you just looking for attention? Well, if you were looking for attention, why don't you just get a show like mine or something? There's easier ways of getting attention. Jeez. Dude, Mr. Foker, yeah, we are not in any... I'm not paid off. Let me tell you the story of my family and how we were able to get out of debt over a 50-year period. Would you like me to share that story with you? That's the ARPA network in 1973, yes. That was the ARPA network during the early days that was designed to be the internet. Well, this is how I do it. Thank you. They don't got the balls you got, Dave. Well, one of the things, my family and I sat down, my mother and father and myself. My brother and sisters had all been gone, long time, left the family. I was the youngest. And we sat there in 1971, and my parents were deep in debt. They owed money to household finance, to credit unions, you name it. My father's paycheck and my mother's paycheck could barely even cover the minimum payments on their credit cards. So we proceeded to put together a plan. And I'll never forget the night we sat down and we figured this whole thing out. In 5 years, we'd be debt-free. And I orchestrated the plan because I thought this through. I said, well, if we save here and we do this and that. So we sat down to a big steak dinner. Everybody had a T-bone. And back then, you could buy a T-bone for $1.50. Yeah. And I'll never forget it. We built this whole plan of conservation. And it gradually helped, but we never got out of debt in 5 years. Welcome Latvians, hello. It took us 25 years after that period just to get out of debt. And by 1993, the family had acquired enough equity in a house that they had bought that my father, who was barely able to meet his minimum payments on this suburban tract home in Los Angeles, said, well, we better sell because I can't make my payments. So we worked out a plan in 1988. So by 1993, we had actually finally sold that house. And we had to sell it for a discount. Even though the market was seemingly growing at the time, we had to just, realtors don't sell houses. Newspapers do. So put your house in a newspaper and you'll sell it in 3 days. Make a cash discount on that house until you have enough money to scrape away with a profit of maybe $100,000. And then move to a place like where I'm living, one of the nicest places in the country, and buy a small quarter-acre, a half-acre lot. And you can get one for around $10,000 to $15,000. And then take the remainder amount of cash and buy a used mobile home and put a new exterior on it and do the roof yourself or have a cheap roof put on. That is how to get out of debt. It takes a long time, but you have to accrue value and you have to eventually sell at a loss. But it's still a gain, even though you're trying to just make a sale. You can sit on a house for $600,000 and never sell it. People always want a discount too. So when you're selling your house, you're going to have to figure a price that you can come down to about 20% down. I know. So I haven't told that story ever on the show. I just thought I'd share that idea just once, in 8 years. But my father and mother were lucky to get out of that suburban tract home nightmare of credit card payments. People think that getting a mortgage is a big thing. It's actually a noose around your neck. Get property and buy and own. Don't buy into a mortgage because it'll be 30 years and you'll still be in debt. My parents were in debt. I wasn't in debt, except when I was 18, I got that proverbial $2,000 gift of credit card debt that the banks love to give people when they graduate from high school. And I actually overdrew over $2,000 at the time. I was like $4,000 into it. When I was into a very bad relationship with a young woman, and it was costing me through the nose. And we ended our relationship, but then I looked at the debt and I said, I got to pay this off. So luckily back then they didn't have any penalties. And it didn't affect my credit history, so I just said aggressively, I'll make you $600 payments every week. And I did. And I just got it off. I paid it off real quick. But then I've never been in debt ever since. So The idea is to just not get into debt. Yeah, there was a woman back in the early 80s that I was involved with that just was really a nightmare. I'm writing about it in my book. Well, she just turned out to be a real problem in so many ways. Anyway, I have a lot of things we could talk about here tonight. Obviously, conspiracy theory is, one of the things we take on, but, we can go in different directions. I think he's a little too high to come in and call. Sometimes when he's too ripped, he doesn't actually talk to anybody. I already wrote a book. Yeah. It's called Hybrid Capitalism. It's available on our website, America's Third Party. Go to the store and you can check out my book called Hybrid Capitalism. Okay, gosh. We got so many people that just kind of don't even understand what's happening. Chemtrails in the sky. I created this character, Sponheim Trail Spawn, and he's here to talk to you about chemicals. But unfortunately, he's unable to communicate because he's brain dead. So, I'm very pro-capitalism, yeah. The book is pro-capitalism. It's called Hybrid Capitalism. So as much as he wants to talk about the chemicals in the sky, he can't because he's brain dead. So there you have it. Little fluoride makes a good zombie, I know. What do you expect from people who voted for Hillary and Bill Obama? Yeah, I know. I expect them to convert to a third party. That's why I'm introducing our Twitter account, @ThirdParty. If you can sign up, you'll see that your following us does not change the number. We've had the same number of followers for 6 years. We're heavily censored, both on YouTube and on Twitter. Happy Festivus. There's 2 million people watching us, yes. This is not a wig. You can't pull hair like this if this is a wig. This is my actual hair, and I've managed to get a actual conditioner that really treats it right. It gives it that boyish look that I'm shooting for. I want to look at about the age of 16 or 17 years old in my hair. So somehow my face will feel a little younger being I'm 56, I'm going to have my face lift too. It's the Bieber cut, yeah. I don't apply anything like facial additives except for my fruit enzyme. I spray my face once in a while. Like this right here. And I pretend I'm crying. I feel so bad about the loss of those poor kids that didn't die. I mean, you look at all the cries and the tears that Barack Obama did over the past 8 years. I can only think of one. Are you the inside guy, Dave? How can you accuse me of being a guy who's in jail right now? That's impossible. How can I be the inside guy? It's absolutely improbable. There's no way. Your uncle streams from behind bars? Are you serious? No, you're kidding me, right? Oh, I haven't lost any hair. All my hair is intact. So they've basically given you fluoridation for a long, long time. The first time we heard about fluoridation in our water system was from a movie by a whack job. It was Dr. Strangelove.
Mandrake. Mandrake, have you never wondered why I drink only distilled water or rainwater and only pure grain alcohol?
Well, it did occur to me, Jack, yes.
Have you ever heard of a thing called fluoridation? Fluoridation of water?
Yes, I have heard of that, Jack, yes. Yes.
Well, do you know what it is?
No. Just now.
Do you realize that fluoridation is the most monstrously conceived and dangerous communist plot we have ever had to face?
You know, no truer words were ever said. I have amazed myself by the fluoridation factor. 67% of the water in America, our tap water, is heavily fluoridated, 4 parts per million. There is no end to Islamic people. Islam and Muslims can continue to pursue their freedom of religion in my America, because I protect freedom of religion. But I won't allow jihadists to formulate their own governments or political choices, and we will prosecute anybody who is engaged in jihadism. We'll also stop stockpilings of weapons that occur in the background of religious gatherings. No one will be able to have a lot of munitions and ordnance when they go gather under the auspices of religion. Okay, let's talk about billboards processing what's going on here. Okay, Carrie Fisher is in stable condition, Debbie Reynolds says. Her mom, Debbie Reynolds, has said that her daughter, Carrie Fisher, is okay. That's good to know. She's in stable condition after suffering a medical emergency, according to the mother, actress Debbie Reynolds. Reynolds tweeted Sunday that the family would share any updates on Fisher and thank the public for its prayers and good wishes. Carrie's in stable condition. If there's any change, we'll share it. Well, hopefully they can give her some reprieve from the pain, chest pain. Could be serious. Yeah, did you know George Michael died? Yeah, he gave up smoking marijuana and he died. So what does that tell you? He was going to a clinic for cannabis addiction, even though he himself said that he really liked cannabis, and he ended up dying. Virtual reality expert arrested in Tukwila with underage sex partner. Wow. A leader in the virtual reality world was charged Friday for communicating with a minor for immoral purposes. What's that tell you? According to charging documents, Dove Katz responded to an ad posted to an undercover detective posing as a 15-year-old girl on a website offering sex in exchange for money. He suggested the two have sex without a condom for $360. I wonder if it was perverted justice. Remember that Chris Hansen? I have a picture of the chat from the discussion we had. Is it possible that you are here with the intent of having sex with an underage minor? I mean, that's pretty serious when a guy who's involved in this just falls for that stuff. It's sick. David, are you familiar with Felipe Luciano? No, I'm not. I'm more than willing to find out, though. Let us do a Google for Felipe Luciano. I don't know, 360, it must be like a revolution. 360 revolution. We got a good question there, David. Whatever happened to Tekwala? Wow. I have not seen anything from Felipe lately. I will look later. Let's talk about Tekwala for a second. In case you didn't know, it's not going. Gone says, how's the Twitch channel going? It's not going very well. We only have a small group of people. We didn't expect them to ban all these IPs at Twitch. We're expecting open IPs over there. We take calls, yeah, I just don't have the phone in here right now. Here's the deal. I don't know if Tekwala is okay. The last I heard from him, he called me on the phone, I would say 3 months ago. And he said he was frightened for his life. He said he'd been beaten up, severely beaten up in a bar for no reason at all. They just targeted him and they took his entire ankle out. And I was worried for his safety. I really was. He said that he was being picked on for being verbally, outspoken. So he felt that he was being targeted. I don't know, but he's gone. He's been off the internet for three months now. I haven't seen him at all. But thanks for asking about him. I am kind of worried about him. We used to do a show with him, a radio show that he had going. His whole life went spiraling into a downhill cycle. We actually met him in Chicago in 2010. He was one of the people he believed that because he was a Mason, he was being targeted. Now, I was very vocal to him about me not being a Mason, and he and I had words about that, but we kind of worked through our differences. And I was just worried that he'd be okay. So I was trying to help calm him down that night. I talked to him for about a half an hour or so. He could have been a victim, of some sort. Yeah, Awesome Carl comes in all the time. He brought us a video. Well, we don't have to stop the AIDS epidemic. It turns out that AIDS is curable. You need the right kind of medicine, so we need generic AIDS treatment plans, interferon, and a whole antiviral cocktail that's low cost for people. And then we won't have a problem with people dying of AIDS. We already found you drone over your house 3 times a day? Oh, dude. Believe me, I have absolutely nothing to fear from drones. You are not weaponized yet. The transition to weaponized drones will be probably in 2018. They're expecting weaponized drones to be able to shoot people by 2018. So I have nothing to fear from drones right now. David, why are you ignoring the ISS? I'm not ignoring the ISS. The International Space Station is irrelevant. I mean, you could say it exists or it doesn't exist. Who cares? The statements that people say about the ISS are, could be fabricated for all I know. We get frequent flights from F-35s and F-18s, or the AE-18Gs, the Navy version. No, Bob, that's not funny. George Michael gave up smoking pot and then he died. What's that tell you? The flat Earth people are basically the people that have fallen victim to a project called Shoot the Moon. Like many of the projects the government's put together, like Operation Artichoke, Operation Cable Splice, Operation Indigo Skyfold, where they do chemtrailing in the sky, Operation MK Ultra, Operation Mockingbird. All these operations. Operation Shoot the Moon is unique. It was put into place about 4 years ago to determine how effective how they were effective on the internet, convincing you that something preposterous like a flat Earth theory is possible. And so far, they've gotten a lot of people to go on board with that. It's really a litmus test of how stupid you are. They want to see how stupid you are. Pneumonia, do you know for a fact he had pneumonia? Because I'm hearing he was a heroin addict who had pancreatic cancer, who died of AIDS, and now I find out he has pneumonia. Could we get a real assessment on what happened to George Michael, please? That's right. No VPN is safe, by the way. You dipshit. That's correct. The VPNs were bought up about 5 years ago by the U.S. government. Most of the VPNs around the world are run by our government and the NSA. So you're not really avoiding a detection by going on a VPN. You might be avoiding a hacker, but you're not avoiding detection by the NSA. They're watching everything you're doing. They are watching you every single day, every night. They're even activating your Kinect computer system. They're watching you. They're watching you through your webcam. Don't be paranoid, but accept the fact that something's not right here. His colon spontaneously exploded. Dave, go to TMZ, scroll down, 6 posts. See Fathom. Okay. TMZ.com.
New York.
Okay, let's find out. Hey, thank you. My eyebrows match my hair. That's why people don't think I have eyebrows. Okay, there's a picture of a fat TMZ. George Michael, fat on TMZ. Okay, we knew he had a problem with weight gain. Well, let's take a look. I'm still, mixed on whether George Michael was terminated by the Queen herself. We had evidence the Queen was going to put a hit on 4 major stars before the end of the year in order to fulfill her satanic dream. Okay. George Michael's partner says, I found him dead. Oh. There he is. There's his partner. Breaking news. He found the singer dead peacefully in bed. How do you be dead peacefully in bed? I've never accepted any money from AIPAC and never will. The Queen wanted to kill another queen? Really? George Michael, R.I.P., the Stargate that Saddam had, that's part of the Podesta story. I'll get to that in just a second. I'm rolling down. I don't see any... Okay, weight gain. Oh, here we go. Whoa, this is George Michael before he died? Are you kidding me? Holy moly, look at that. Whoa. There it is, right there, everybody. Plain as day. Fat kills. He died of weight gain. Microwave ovens fluke your heart when they nuke your food. Yeah, that's true deep down. Yeah, we heard about that last night. Yeah, warning, walk away from your microwave. Do yourself the favor. He might have been microwaving a big, huge patty melt right before he died. Who knows? It might have been the microwave that killed him. Waking science. Microwave ovens fluke your heart while they nuke your food. Alarming studies revealing microwave frequency radiation can affect your heart and blood, just like we've been saying all these years. I always walk away from my microwave.
Turn it on and walk away.
Dr. Magna Havis is giving us, of Trent University, giving us warnings about the dangers of radiation, both in electromagnetic radiation fields from our phones and from our microwaves. Microwave sickness or the microwave effect dates back to World War II.
Hey, it will probably go better now that I'm back. So
Yeah.
I'll turn it on.
Yeah, Sarah will be back. She's much more amenable. Look at George Michael before he died.
Oh, that's George Michael?
Yeah.
Wow.
Something was not right with him. He was trying to go off cannabis too.
What's in his fingers? A joint?
A joint. He was reclusive and struggling with his weight in the months before his death. These pictures were taken in mid-September at a restaurant in England. His apparent singer had gained a tremendous amount of weight. He was rarely seen out in the months before his death. He died in his sleep, probably, choking on his own bonbons.
Oh, he was working on a Showtime movie about his life. It's due in March.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm still not ruling out that George Michael was taken out by the Illuminati.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Goldman Sachs caught manipulating the U.S. dollar. No one arrested, just a slap on the wrist instead. Goldman Sachs is camping out in the transition team for Donald Trump. Jared Kushner, big Goldman Sachs guy, husband of Ivanka Trump. Let's talk about the Saddam Stargate, George Michael. It was originated. I finally found the original story from the Saddam Stargate. It came out of the Podesta's own servers. They've been running a separate plan called the Alien Agenda, where they talk about a secret Stargate coming out of Saddam's castle that was taken up by the shock and awe troops in Iraq. Yeah, that's a Podesta story. That's designed to push the other story about Pizzagate into the background. That's why you're hearing a lot about the Saddam Stargate right now. Whether it's true or not, it's a Podesta story. It's the alien agenda they came up with to kind of make people think that they're not the ones snatching kids, aliens are. Yeah, Facebook's collaborating with the Israeli government to determine what should be censored.
I don't think David has such a collection.
Interesting. I do not have a Village People vinyl collection. No. It is not something I am proud to say I have. Welcome, viewers from Russia. As you know, I am not Russian.
I thought you were not going to click on live link sites.
You're right. We do not link on the live link sites there, Caesar Fight. We are very they're very dangerous. They send a shockwave flash through the computer, and it affects all of our transmission from our show here in Washington. I can see Russia from outside of my door here. Yeah, so we're not Russian collaborators like Trump is. We don't get into the Russian camping out on our website kind of thing. I was joking with the accent. I can play it, but I have to get up and go to the bathroom. Otherwise, I won't be able to play Can't Stop, because right now I'm going to,
Just go.
Go.
Just go. That's fine.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I guess Twitch didn't like David. I don't know. Can't access it anymore. What? ATP Korea fan. I should just mute you. Joey Boots, huh? I'll try not to mute you. Okay. Non-music. Non-creative. All right. Yes, actually, I can believe David was talking about. Well, I don't know if he's talking about them eating alive, but I can believe that he was talking about them being eaten. Sure. Okay, 213. Have any proof of that? Yeah, I can agree with that. It's a little scary. Yeah, you have to make sure that people... No. The reasons drive-through ATMs still feature Braille buttons and instructions, it's probably because some people can walk up to them. There's a ATM in our area where it's like they don't have another ATM, they just have the drive-up one, and so people could walk up to them, I guess. And the other reason, I guess the people that are blind could be sitting in the back of the seats. Your dad always sees the headphone jack at the ATM and he always says, "I forgot to bring my headphones." That's so funny. Yes, George Michael, R.A.P. Rest in peace. No, I don't think anything like that of David. Oh, because the government says you have to have Braille on them, because even though it makes no sense, I would believe that. Does David wear a wig? Sometimes he does. Neither of us are really into football, I have to say, Bob Van. Oh, yes, I'm sure that's David's special football play. That's what it's called. Sure, I know, I did say that. I was a 12th man when they were in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. That's the only time, well, not the only time, but that's... I don't think I've watched any football since then. Yeah, we have to be big 12th man fans. We live in the area, so we have to be. Potato Girl, you know, you don't need to talk about that. No, we can't talk about that George Michael either. But I appreciate that. You talked about it. Shame on you. I know. Alright. You love football's awesome. I love when they shoot the ball through the hoop or bat it over the net. It's true, I can't stop you, but David could ban you from the channel. What is Ronda Rousey doing? Oh, she's the boxer. Sure, I think she'll win. David was so out of touch with football, he thought a quarterback was a refund. He got a quarterback. That's pretty funny. Got to say, pretty funny. Yeah. I guess you know how it's going. Yeah, well, we're not around any catch-up packets for him to collect. If we were, I'm sure he would. So a portrait of George Michael fills out showing pitfalls of fame and quiet generosity. And the UN is preparing to build more settlements in West Bank and East Jerusalem, even though the UN just told them, had a resolution saying that they shouldn't do that. I don't think David's going to do a Sunday special New Year's cast. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. A furniture orchard grows willow chairs and tables directly from the grounds? Wow. Are you sure it's not some, like, cool sleight of hands? Oh, a couple was forced to destroy a 40-year-old pond in their own property because the government owns the rainwater? Oh, I can see it at Wednesday, 7:26 a.m. Nice. It would feel very cool. R.I.P. My name's Sarah, and Thursday at 6:36. Nice. I'm not usually up that early. Only when he eats a lot of garlic. It's all good, 145. I know you can't see my long hair, and I have these beautiful cheekbones and everything, and I'm not wearing any makeup, so. Well, I wasn't the original anything, but sure, David does have a lot of ambition. David doesn't have a toupee. He sometimes wears a wig, but what he normally comes on is his normal hair. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm fortunate that I have nice skin tones and things like that. ISS is the International Space Station. I don't know where Bingo's getting his information from, but you're Eddie from Ecuador? Okay. No, George Michael. I'm sure that he is convinced. Totally convinced. I did have a great holiday. I spent some of the time with you baking and casting. No, I don't need any help. Thank you. Several ISS tracker sites. Sarah, it's kind of cool. The sites let you know when you can spot the ISS with the naked eye. That's very cool. Did I say I actually believe it? No, I never said that. Well, no, Jeff. You can go watch our cooking show at youtube.com/DavidJohnSponheim. Hi, 725. No, 796. After people said that, he came into the chat room and was talking. So, no, that's not true. Oh, yes, I am off for a week. I'm sorry you have to go back. Hopefully you like your work. If she really wants to, 790. Yes, exactly, 796. No. Dreams are just dreams. Why do I spend all my time doing this? Because I like you. I like the technology. I like the venue. Nope. David has a great head. Yeah, technology is fun. I like the whole idea of video chat technology. Trump Hotels has had his eye on China, but the door hasn't opened. Maybe that's why Trump wanted to be president, so that then he can open doors to China for his hotels once he is out of office. No, it doesn't rule anyone out. David's not lost. He's just in the other room having dinner or something. 29 lawmakers quit the South Korean president's party amid the scandal. She was impeached for sharing official state documents with a confidant of the president's. You work out. A sister. Only in your mind, 149. Wow. She's doing okay. I just talked to her on the phone, and she's doing really well. She's in Hawaii. Politics. Psychology Today's blog, The Decline of Empathy and the Appeal of Right-Wing Politics. Yep. My parents are awesome people. It says the four most severely undersold political stories of 2016, and they should have David in there. Well, I use the new wave to cook chicken. Yeah, I'm sure they like David. No, I'm sure that's true, 563. When you're not working out, you're reading books or showering. You don't watch TV or videos or anything like that. That Joan Rivers video has been blowing up your Twitter wall for a week. Wow. I'm glad David shared it with you, I guess. Yeah, exactly. You only watch this show when you're not working out, reading, or showering? Thank you. 50 million watching around the world. If I could visit any place on Earth, what would be my choice? I'd like to go back to Washington, D.C. and spend like a month there, just being able to go to all of the different all of the different places. I think that would be good. I would like to go to yeah, I'm a typical American, that's true. I probably wouldn't mind going to France and Europe and touring around Europe, but as well. But I'll probably just stay in America. It's like, where would I want to go with David? DC, of course. Yeah, exactly, 196, so that's why I just stay here. Oh, you think I should stay out of Europe now? David leaves the house all the time. Like, all the time. The thing is, like for instance, Christmas was the only day in 1 week that I actually stayed home. And even then he broadcasted, but it's like we go out every day somewhere.
All right. Well, that was great. I really enjoy these breaks that you give me. Thank you so much. I really need it. You know, I've been doing so many things. I never stop.
I know. He's always working, and yeah.
I made some Brussels sprouts in there if you want to grab some
Nice.
vitamin B. No, I'm good. I'm good. We can hang. Yeah.
Don't call people names.
Snapchat has quietly acquired an Israeli startup for a reported $30 million. Yeah. I'm amazed blogtv.ca never happened. BlogTV was a great platform. We loved it. Okay. You looked up Tequala's Instagram and his Twitter hasn't updated in 3 months. Wow.
Wow.
You had a lot of political discussions while I was gone? Good.
No, not really.
Well, you know, Twitch is obviously a venue people can go to. As far as Tequala is concerned, I swear 3 months ago I got a call from him and he felt like he was in danger for his life. And I didn't know what to do for him. And now he hasn't tweeted in 3 months, and it's so weird for him because he has at least 100,000, or he did have up to 100,000 Twitter followers.
Yes, this happened.
Yeah, BlogTV got bought up by Soros.
I don't know how it happened, but I guess I should stop casting over there, right?
Well, just take his word for it. Did you go in there and see if it was open?
Mm-hmm. And that happened.
Oh, it was? Okay, yeah. Let's just drop off of there. We're not going to broadcast there anymore. It's horrible. I know millions are still watching. I know. I've got UHF in the bag here, so we don't worry about that. But we're trying to get you a chance to broadcast. And we were running the Cool Rock Party over on Twitch to see what was going to happen. And we found out that Twitch has been banning IPs big time. And they're censoring us like they're censoring us on this network. So you're unable to chat with us. We're still trying to find a chat network that anybody can go into anywhere in the world. I know. We've got millions of viewers.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. Researchers are using the world's smallest diamonds to make wires that are 3 atoms wide.
That's amazing. You know, somebody looked up the map of chemtrails, and they're not spraying any chemtrails where Soros lives. Isn't that interesting? I believe you, George Michael. Yes.
Where does he live?
Twitch doesn't seem to be much of anything. Yeah, where does he live? I want to live there.
Oh, here, I can get it.
Hang on, We have 2 million people watching in Asia alone, Korea, China, and Taiwan. Thank you. Well, that's fantastic. I just want you to know that we're still looking for a network for you to chat on from other countries. We know that there's a strong need for this, and because the censorship is clamping down on the internet, we're fighting it by opening up venues. And, we had one person who came in, took him 30 different VPNs to get one that would dial out of Korea.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're pretty sure that Soros is behind this thing of chemtrailing, as well as a lot of the elitists that seem to be in the know, and we're, as average Americans, just finding out about how they're dumping all kinds of chemicals on us. We're a little concerned because, obviously no one wants to get poisoned. And if they're willing to dump chemicals on top of our heads, and many of you believe in chemtrails, and I believe in them, I think that they're really happening. I think they're trying to alter the weather in California and create a drought there. Trigger the most important state in the union is California financially.
Here, I'll give you the link.
And they're just trying to make California stay poor. They don't want it to succeed, because if California succeeds, America succeeds. And by destroying our country, these elitists keep us at their beck and call. I don't really prefer the Windsor knot. I prefer this knot. Thank you. So these are small diamonds to make wires 3 atoms wide. That's amazing. Yeah. Like, that matters.
It doesn't matter right now.
No, I just don't know what's the application, I wonder. The animation shows molecular building blocks from something as small as 3 atoms wide. You want to play the animation for everyone? This has been fun animation. Now there's a microcephalic outbreak down in Brazil, as you know. And many doctors are claiming, that's amazing, by the way, that they're able to build it at the subatomic level like this. Many doctors say it's Zika virus, but it's not. It's actually the larvicide used by Monsanto is the cause of the microencephaly. Microcephalic disorder is a small head disorder for kids. Dave, were you ever a patient of Dr. Phil's? No. Dr. Phil tried to contact us on the phone one day. David, I would love to give Korea TV's family condolences for the murder that happened, which we have not confirmed has really happened.
You didn't experiment, George Michael? Okay.
Your IQ dropped 17 points after actually taking the chemtrails. Did you give yourself a chemtrail enema or something? How did you do that? No, my neck is not thin. It's pretty thick, but
He said how he did it. He said he gave himself an IQ test, and then he went to a place where they sprayed chemtrails.
Okay.
He said he did an IQ test inside a house. Then he went outside and did an IQ test in the location that's often sprayed with chemtrails, and his IQ dropped 17 points.
Wow.
Are you just saying that, because that's something David might say?
No, I don't know. I don't even know if we can trust the guy. We're trying to figure out who we can trust and who we can't right now. I mean,
I say
deal
trust
with
no
us.
one.
Some of you are taking chemtrail enemas, and I don't recommend that. Millions are really watching this idiot. You finally realize that people like my show. 541 has finally stopped saying millions are watching LOL. ROFL. He finally realized it. It's amazing. Wow, it took 6 weeks for you to realize this?
So the reason
Do I look
they
stupid?
want the wire is because it can be used for a wide range of applications, the 3-atom wide wire.
Right.
Like fabrics that generate electricity,
There you go.
optoelectronic devices that employ both electricity and light,
Yeah.
superconducting materials that conduct electricity without any loss.
Well, there you have it. Conductive electricity without loss. I'm a little concerned about the new technology called Li-Fi. The light communication system that's been developed that sends out laser-like lights at rapid speed, 1 gigabyte per second. You can actually communicate on the internet. And Google is going to be testing this out in 5 separate areas. Okay, everybody hates Chris, dies at 54. Manager says LA Times. Really? There's a government agency that pays private companies to troll you. There you go. See, I told you. Guest 288 confirmed it. Thank you.
David's been saying that for a year.
I look 10 years younger with a haircut. Thank you very much. It wasn't a haircut. It was actually a great shampoo. I've been trying to come up with ways to shampoo my hair that work for me. And I finally found a shampoo combo that works.
So they ignore you, they laugh at you. I agree with this.
Some people want to get the payroll. Yeah.
First they ignore you, then they ignore you, then they laugh at you.
David is as cool as beep.
Then they fight you.
I'm
then
56.
You win.
I'm 56 years old.
Well,
Sarah
I
is
look
20
that
years younger than me.
I'm 18 years younger than him.
She's 18 years younger than me. A long, long time ago. You know, I can't imagine just using water. My tap water is so alkaline, and it just would not work. I look about 82. Sarah looks about 35. That's very nice of you. How would you protect the Constitution? Well, for one, I would insist that you put a plastic bag over it. That's the best way to protect it. It keeps it away from the elements.
Good night.
There's actually a laugh coming out of her. I got her to laugh, finally.
Oh my goodness.
Well, for one, we definitely want to have a reckoning here. Yeah.
Good night. Thanks.
Sarah, thank you so much for coming in.
5 years older.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes, you're welcome.
I'm going to try to find a condom for the Constitution. A constitutional condom. We want to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't trample the Constitution. When he said openly that he would take the citizenship away from people who burn flags, even though the Supreme Court ruled emphatically that burning a flag is freedom of speech, we knew that there's something very wrong. Yeah, it does look like the black box is found. The Tu-154 black box, the Russian downed airliner, was recovered. We'll find out why the auto navigation system was overtaken from an external location, probably a proton beam. I'm sure Vladimir Putin's looking into that right now. The Trump who stole America. A whole story has been generated about how Trump has stole America with his BS. This is the Grinch that stole Christmas, the Trump who stole America. Let's take a look. It's a minute and 35 seconds.
You're a mean one, Mr. Trump. To some you have appeal. You're as cuddly as your taxes. That's a really awful meal, Mr. Trump. You're a bad billionaire, so from others you must steal. You're a racist, Mr. Trump. You bring them from their holes. Your brain is full of Donalds. There's internment in your soul, Mr. Trump. I wouldn't touch you with a 2.8 million popular vote poll. You're a proud one, Mr. Trump. You've a cabinet made of junk. Your heart is full of Putin pecs. You sold your soul, you punk, Mr. Trump. The three words that best describe our future are as follows, and I quote, synced, sanked, sunk.
What a disgusting song written by a disgusting human being. You make me sick. Get out of here, loser. Ivanka, get my lawyer on the phone.
Yeah, it was a good attempt at the worst possible impersonation person. I can't do a Trump impersonation. I try and I can't do it. I can do a lot of impersonations, but there's something so twisted and warped about a guy who's had a gold spoon in his mouth all his life, and he looks down upon people. And he's ATP is #1 rated show in the Bahamas with over 490,000 daily views. Thank you so much for telling me that. Are one of you Osama bin Laden watching our show? Osama, could you please come in the show sometime and we can do a little chat, see how you're doing? We know you got hooked up to a kidney machine, and you never died in a bed. So, and I understand Edward Snowden has said that Osama bin Laden is alive and living in the Bahamas. So maybe one of you is Osama bin Laden. I would love to do some Trumps, but I can't. I can't talk like a little stuffed up prune that thinks he's superior to everyone. I'm going to work on it as much as I can. I'm still working on the Trump impersonation. It may take years. I don't know. I'm trying to talk like this, but I gotta squeeze my mouth together like this and talk, and then look down upon people. Oh, something like that. We'll work on it. I'm number one in Singapore. 5 million viewers daily. That's incredible. How can I be a liar and a shill if people are finally listening to me and I never got any mainstream media attention? I'll go down with the voice. Okay. You just sound constipated, Dave. Well, if I was a shill, don't you think I would have been in the mainstream media by now, you stupid idiot, you Trump-tards? We have an attack from the Trump-tard community. Hold on, please. Yeah, millions watch this guy. See, the guy who was saying millions watch this guy, ROFL, LOL, and then he's now saying, yeah, millions watch this guy. Good for you, man. You finally came around. Do you do a better Hillary, to be honest? I know. Well, that's why I'm going to try to work on the Trump. I mean, if Johnny Carson was alive, he could do a Trump. And I'm not Johnny Carson. Ed and I have been at odds. I'm starting to think Dave really believes millions watch him. I'm beginning to think they really are watching me. I know, I'm serious. They are watching. Hey, Dave, if you're going to become president, you'll need the support of Trump voters. Do you think calling your potential Trump-tard voters will win any... You know, fluoridation is a temporary thing. If you stop fluoridating yourself, your brain power starts to increase. I'm serious. So I have hope for you Trump-tards. A lot of you are just beer-drinking, soda-drinking people that don't realize you've dropped about 20 points in your IQ as you got older. 12 family members monitoring Dave from Trump Towers. I believe it. I have more reach now than Trump. And ever since I exposed the fact that Trump stole 10 of my ideas to get elected, I've been doing a pretty good, solid approach at helping build at least a plan for the future for America. I'm not trying to, in any way, create a problem for Donald Trump by simply existing. I want to work toward a better plan for 2020. So after Trump finishes off his disastrous 4 years, I will have a massive amount of work to do to pull this country together. So what I'm doing right now is I'm putting together a comprehensive plan to deliver to the governors of the United States in a governor's convention that usually happens the beginning of my term. You're 12, yeah. You're in your mind, you're about 12. So what I'm going to try to do in 2020, because Trump won't make it to past 2020. He's a disaster waiting to happen, and you'll find out I'm right when you see the next 4 years happen. But what I'm going to do is put together the infrastructure bank idea, which is my novel idea, to create an infrastructure bank offering 2% loans to the U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens. We're going to come up with great new plans to green, clean technology that will spawn American jobs and help other countries that buy these products that we produce that help clean the air and the water and provide lower cost energy solutions. Wow, that's a real story. I'll play that in just a second. And I want to make sure everyone knows that I'm legalizing marijuana. The first thing I do as president, if Trump doesn't do it till then. And I don't think Barack Obama's got the balls to do it before he leaves the office. We've got a lot of things that make us different than the two parties, and I'll tell you why. Let me just start with legalization. I'll show you that one. This is a little mnemonic aid for you to look at and say, oh yeah, I remember that one. And Pence won't make it. He doesn't have a personality. He couldn't talk his way out of a wet paper bag. He's got absolutely no personality. People don't like him. Neither Trump nor Pence would have won against me if I had had 5 seconds of media time in America. I would have ruined them on stage. We got the new renewable energy solutions on board, like this vertical windmill, which I came up with, that goes on top. It's a Savonius windmill that goes on top of electric poles. This is my original concept. And exactly, it was a total fluke. And then I want to do something that Trump doesn't want to do, and that's bring home the troops. Yeah, bring home the troops, and I want to end the Federal Reserve. So this is all a plan to break the ties of the Federal Reserve that control our country, spawn an industry like marijuana and hemp that could actually create better solutions for our country, because obviously it's working in some states like Colorado, Washington, Oregon. New York has got a medical marijuana plan. Massachusetts has a recreational now. Maine, Nevada. So we've got a lot of things we can make changes with, and these ideas really are solid and nothing that Trump would ever support. Yes, I'll play the dance in just a few minutes as a closer. Well, I don't want to necessarily sell Hawaii, but if we're so deep in debt, and I think we are going to be deeper and deeper in debt because Trump just knows how to spend money, he doesn't know how to save money. Because of that, I think we're going to need to do something creative. It's a thought. I'm not hell-bent on selling Hawaii, okay? I will admit to you one thing, all of you, that I said we should sell Hawaii to Japan as partly hype media to get noticed, because you have to come up with original thinking to get noticed in this world. But it wasn't so much as throwing Hawaii under the bus. I actually wanted to give the Native Hawaiians a couple islands. And I also wanted to keep, of course, our base in Honolulu. And I definitely want to make a deal with Japan that will help assuage our debt and give them more equity in real estate. If they don't want to do it, if nobody in the world thinks this is a good idea, I'm fine with keeping Hawaii. But when they violated our national trust by forging a document that led us to 8 years of Barack Obama, and when my prosecution of Barack Obama's birth certificate issue goes forward, because Trump won't prosecute Obama, I will. When that happens, this country is going to be looking at Hawaii as like, what the hell are you even bothering being a state for if you're going to cheat and lie on a birth certificate that's so important to our country's future? Now we're sitting on 8 years with a bisexual married to a tranny, wondering why we've got Muslims coming in the border all the time. And then you get Trump. So now I want to make some changes that will help, but I'm not hell-bent on selling Hawaii, believe me. All right. You laid down your life in defense of Hawaii. You got power here. I'm listening to you. I'm not going to freak and say, oh, yeah. I got to admit, I used a lot of that just to get some sort of airplay. People talk, oh, yeah, the guy wants to sell Hawaii. You see what I'm up to? I'm trying to spike the dialogue of politics because it's impossible. Obama signs illegal Ministry of Truth bill. The truth is what we say it is, according to them. Wow. Better cover it now because it'll get lost in the shuffle. This is important. He who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. George Orwell. Well, they're doing a good job of it. He could see what was coming down in the lines of terms of tyranny, and though it took a little more time to root into what is now past 1984, there's no doubt the seeds were sown for a long time prior to 84 in the United States. Enter the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act. Barack Hussein Obama once again signed this bill late on Friday, which authorized $611 billion in military spending. Notice it says military spending, not defense spending. As former Texas Ron Paul has said, we spend tons on the military to uphold an empire which is unconstitutional, rather than merely spending for a constitutional defense. So true. Ron Paul was right, and this is another attempt by him to define the language. Yeah. There's an anti-propaganda clause in it. Recall that as reported in June, a bill to implement the U.S. very own de facto Ministry of Truth has been quietly introduced in Congress. As with any legislation attempting to dodge the public spotlight, the Countering of Foreign Propaganda and Disinformation Act of 2016 marks a further curtailment of press freedom and another avenue to stultify avenues of accurate information. Yep, they're doing it behind your back, and he's been doing it for a long time. Really kind of sad, isn't it? You know, Ron Paul is Ron Paul. Just accept him for who he is. If you sell Hawaii, David, I won't vote for you in 2020. Well, you know, I'm kind of putting the Hawaii thing to rest for now. You brought it up. I haven't brought it up yet, so. What are the laws on YouTube, on your YouTube content? Can someone download it and edit it? Yeah, absolutely, Trap King. Yeah. As long as you don't morph the original message, if you don't hack it up so much that it changes the original message. Yeah, I've been wondering why people aren't taking my cast and making videos out of it. I mean, I don't really have a problem with you doing a hack job on it and turning it into something as ghoulish as, you know, some of the stuff that we've seen with Alex Jones and whatnot. Libertarians seem to have a head in the sand as far as a good foreign policy. They have no foreign policy. Well, technically, duct tape, I want to make Puerto Rico a state. The landmass is solid. There's no real problem with containing the area. It's a lot easier to deal with. Hawaii is much more spread out. Japanese businessmen are heavily invested in property and land and real estate in Hawaii. I just thought it was an interesting side thought. If we could get $2.5 trillion for Hawaii, we would write off our debt to Japan. It would give us a lot of wiggle room internationally. It would also bolster the dollar. But that's just I'm just suggesting it. Hey, I'm good with not selling Hawaii. Honestly, I've never been there. After my cousin had his head blown off by the Samoans, I haven't wanted to go there. I have a cousin who died a long time ago when he went over there, and he was killed by the Samoan gangs. Just leave the room. We don't want you in here. Yeah, we'll just let me terminate you from the room. Okay, I won't sell your home. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings about Hawaii. Yeah, I had a cousin that looked identical to me. I never met him. And back in the 1990s, I think, he was over there, early 90s, he was over there with his buddies, and I guess he pissed off some Samoans and they killed him. But they made it look like a suicide. They put the gun in the opposite hand that he normally shoots with, and they shot him with it, and he blew his head off. You've been there 3 times, it's nice, but people there are rude to mainlanders. Exactly, thank you. Thanks for sharing. This is my hometown, where I grew up, Los Angeles. And as you can see, this was Black Friday, which, by the way, showed a 64% drop from what they expected in terms of sales. Now, on the news, there are all of our economic indexes show we're in a slump. Everything. Employment's up, or unemployment's down, rather. We've got a lot of people not spending money during Black Friday. We've got consumer debt pretty high up there still. And now that the Federal Reserve decides that they wanted to raise the interest rate by 0.25%, and it didn't seem to affect the stock market, but it definitely affected gold and silver. The long-term futures markets will be affected by whatever the Fed does. Well, if Hawaii chooses to secede from the Union, I would have no problem with them seceding, because I would automatically give a statehood to Puerto Rico and write off their debt. It would be assimilated. We would still consider it debt, but it would be a fixed rate loan situation so that Puerto Rico could manage their debt better. Plus, we would piss off a lot of rich people who've been secretly putting their money in Puerto Rican banks, hiding from taxes, and we would automatically pick up more revenue there. David, are you like me? You sometimes forget how attractive you are? I didn't know I was attractive. People have told me that I look good in the past, but I've never really made a big deal about, looking attractive. When people complain about my hair, I've got a personal thing about it. It's kind of like, when you get older, you start to, your hair doesn't grow as much. So you get a little bit, pissed off when people say you're balding or something. Clearly I've got hair. But I would have more hair if I was, inducing some sort of a product like Rogaine or something. Okay, so this is what we have to look forward to. Nuclear genocide, with Donald Trump increasing the amount of weapons nuclear weapons in our arsenal, and Vladimir Putin, now in a war of words, because they can't have a good communication openly. They're doing a secret communication through the Russian mobs that Trump sells to. No, the real reason I want to sell Hawaii is because they violated our national laws when they allowed a forged birth certificate to go forward. And it's a serious allegation I'm making that the director of the state of the director of health, the former director, Loretta Fuddy, was put there, absolutely assigned there to release that birth certificate and fake it. And after she did that, we found out that she had $100,000 more in her bank account. And then she died. I'm sure we can sell Hawaii if we want. It would take an act of Congress, though. A president can't do that. Well, the state didn't forge it. They allowed it to happen. The state violated our Constitution in the worst way and gave us the worst possible president we've ever had. But lucky for you, you got an even worse president on board with Trump coming. Trump doesn't want anybody to know that he got bad grades, I guess. I don't know. No, Connie is in Hawaii right now. I told her, I said, you go to Hawaii, I don't know. It's like, I've never been to Hawaii. Calling me insane is absolutely ridiculous. I'm just telling you, mapping you a way to get out from under $2.5 trillion in debt. We owe Japan $2.5 trillion. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I'm trying to sell Hawaii to Japan. Japan needs an extra territory. In case you didn't know, they did have Hawaii as their territory prior to World War II. Are you not familiar with what's happening in the world? Juan Florida says, so Trump is a Russian puppet? Worse than that, Juan. Trump is a guy who wants to do side deals with Russian mobsters while not confronting the issue of Syria and rebel support, and then playing a war of words with Putin now about nuclear armaments. He's so confused, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's incredibly ridiculous. Connie's my sister. She comes in on occasion when she's not traveling around the world. No, I would give the people of Hawaii a chance to repopulate. Anybody who's in Hawaii who has property, you'd be able to sell your property. Well, lawyers could sue, I suppose. But anyone would be given the opportunity to sell their property and out from under them, that we could turn it into a property. Like I'm saying, the people of Hawaii don't even own one of the islands. I want to give them 2 islands and sell the remainder of the large islands to Japan for the cost of the debt of $2.5 trillion. I think it's a good idea. I know I've got millions of viewers who want to get in here, and that's why I'm still number 1 on the Vaughn feed. Yes, that's correct. And I've been making a big issue about how Mark bragged about banning 3 million IPs on his Facebook account. I thought that was kind of ridiculous. Are you related to Bob Eubanks? No, but you can definitely pretend like this is a newlywed game if you'd like. Hi, I'm not Bob Eubanks. The Japanese in Hawaii have been rude to white people like me. That's correct. There's another ongoing story about the Hawaiian people that are actually prejudiced against people with blonde hair. I've heard of that story as well. Like my cousin who got his head blown off by Samoan gang members. If you're a young blonde kid and you're in the elementary schools in Hawaii, I'm serious, you're going to get beaten up. Even teachers who have blonde hair have been threatened and beaten up in Hawaiian school system. Yeah, really Juan. There's a lot of prejudice there, and the gang members are still very strong, the Samoan gang members. So, I mean, Japan can do whatever they want to do. If we want to offer that, I need congressional approval to offer that. I can't just stand over to tell Japan. I can't call Shinzo Abe when I'm president and say, I am now anointing you with the opportunity of... No, I'd have to go through Congress to even get started, and I doubt Congress would approve of this. So just relax. I'm very concerned about Hawaii, though, because they have allowed Barack Obama's birth certificate to go forward, which put us in this 8-year spin cycle of doing nothing but him playing golf with himself.
All right, today is December 26th.
We've got a tremendous amount of chemtrail activity over California lately, and it's not clouds. They're literally dumping massive chemtrails, and Scissor Fight took pictures of it above his house. And here's a 1 minute and 47 clip from One Pacific Redwood, who analyzes the ongoing geoengineering of the California coastline by the
2016. This is a part 2 update. We're showing the complete whiteout of the skies over Southern California today as the gale force low pressure system sits just right offshore, just a few hundred miles offshore, spinning. And we should be getting a lot of rain from that system, but unfortunately the terrorists have decided to stop that rain by spraying these chemtrail aerosols. They're all over the skies. We're completely blanketed today. And as I pan around towards the west, you can see the edge of this front moving through. And then down on the horizon, there's another frontal system, some warm moisture moving in. But everything we're looking at here is a chemtrail haze all mixed together with that moisture field moving in. And this aerosol haze prevents the lift in the atmosphere necessary for precipitation. That's what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
The entire sky is just blanketed with this stuff. I actually woke up with a headache this morning, and I knew immediately the reason for that.
Wow.
So here we go, December 26th. We should be getting rain from that system. It is sitting just right off of Southern California. It's a surface to 300 millibar low pressure system. Right dead ahead there, you can see a plane spraying right there, just to the right.
Yeah, you can see it right there. Yeah, see it right there. See it right in that area right here.
Spraying the trail. Okay, that's it. Do another update later.
All right, yeah. One Pacific Redwood does this show almost every day, and he is really good. He's tracking it both on the Doppler radar systems that are out there, and he's got ample eyes on the subject. If you deny that chemtrails are being dumped above your head, I feel sorry for you. Corey, Hawaii. I'm a blonde white male who attended a public school in Hawaii. I was bullied every day of the year. They forced me to eat pineapple and wear a grass skirt. I'm still in counseling. Thanks, Corey. Corey from Hawaii, wearing grass skirts was just devastating for him. There is no possibility planes can lay chemtrails without the... No. The president has signed off to chemtrails for years. Guest 367 is still in denial, everybody. Okay, that's a good one. We'll have that tonight from the corporate media elite. My New Year's resolution, David Seaman. We'll listen to that. Yeah. Corey, that's sad.
Hey, friends. So I thought I'd do my New Year's resolution.
Okay, Corey Seaman's been fighting YouTube has been shutting him down. He's had problems getting his live show going. America is definitely dealing with a lot of censorship, and anybody who listens to this fake news story is listening to the effort by our government to create censorship over what appears to be pedophilia in Washington, D.C. that's been completely overlooked and shunned for investigations. The FBI has stopped investigating. They don't want to pursue the Pizzagate story. That's a serious red flag. I'm not in denial. You claim Obama is complicit with chemtrails? Okay, 367. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that you were in denial. Obama is complicit. Yeah, he's a New World Order puppet, just like Donald Trump. These people sell their soul for the presidency. That's a cool hat. How many of you in California, because we know we have a lot of California viewers now, how many of you in California are suffering from headaches that you can't explain? Like One Pacific Redwood. Corey, don't worry. You know, the whole story about Hawaii, frankly, I might grow to love Hawaii someday. I don't know. I don't have a real deep-seated desire to sell Hawaii. okay? Don't worry. Do the headaches go away when you shut off the Vaughn Live? I don't know. If you stop thinking about anything, your headache might go away, yeah. There's a known correlation between thinking and headaches. You've never had headaches and you've been in California all your life? Wow. Do you breathe? Do you have oxygen tanks hooked up to you? I don't want to go to Hawaii. I told you my cousin got his head blown off there. I mean, hello? Are you listening to the conversation? Tracking much? Here's today's chemtrail view right over his house. He was completely inundated with chemtrails. Scissorfight has a house. We're transferring the World View EarthData.NASA site here. This is one thing NASA does a good job of, is tracking how they're poisoning us in the air. Wow. See? There you have it. So what One Pacific Redwood was saying is true. What they do is they create a kind of an aerosol buffer zone where there's not enough lift for the moisture, so it doesn't turn into condensation and rain. And what they're trying to do is fragment it and turn it into a just kind of like a stratus cloud arrangement that just kind of flows over and doesn't turn into any moisture or rain. Interesting. Boy, you got hosed. Yeah, they hit you with really hard chemtrails to make that happen. You're asking, what do they do to make the rain accumulate in the atmosphere? Well, in Washington, where we are, they have silver iodide injected in the atmosphere. And silver iodide oxidizes rather quickly into black soot. It's not like reflecting the sun like they say it is. What it does do in the process is it adds water, dramatic amounts of water. Silver iodide collects a lot more water than any other structure, any other compound in the atmosphere. So they do that to pull the water up into Washington, but down in California they use aerosol injection, which creates a dispersal of moisture and evaporates and creates the drought we know today is going on in California. You realize that 100 million trees are dying? The long-term strategic goal of chemtrails is to starve out the entire vital economy of America. It's being conducted by a group of people who are financing the two-party system in America. These are the ultra-elitists that live outside of our country. They don't care about our country. They've been buying off our politicians who are like whores, who will do anything for a buck, and they've been turning our entire country into their little system to manipulate. They're using our nation as the 911 police force around the world. Our nation has essentially been harnessed to do the policing in countries like Iraq and Afghanistan. We, as a nation, are not even aware that our troops right now are guarding the opium producers that produce opium in Afghanistan, making cheap opium and heroin available to people in the streets of America or around the world. So we're doing that because the CIA makes a lot of money on the opium production, $50 billion a year, which they use for black ops and targeted hits into their countries. This is just what's going on. Giving you a heads up there. Yeah, and they dump the rain in Washington so it has no chance of heading south. That's right. They turn Washington into the wettest area around. My ground is like a sponge. I can walk outside right now and I could be soaking, my feet would be sinking right into my grass. Unless it freezes, then it's permafrost. But that's how wet it is here. It's been more wet here in Washington in the past 3 years than in all of history. I can't stop the CIA. I can tell you that their efforts right now seem to be morphing into something more akin to what I'm talking about, but they're still allowing chemtrails. They don't take orders from the president. The CIA takes orders from other sources. I don't know who gives them orders. Okay. Go ahead. Let me move the mattress for you so you can get a clear shot. No, it's not bad drainage. We are literally totally the wettest of all we've been in history in Washington over the past 3 years. I can definitely assign a new director of the CIA, and I can vet him or her. We can cover lie detection. We can have thorough discussions about what we want. There's been a death threat against somebody. Oh yeah, there you go. Let me print screen and add it to my collection of death threats. Thank you. Yeah, we get death threats now and then because people really don't like hearing the truth about what's happening. Okay, and Bingo has an International Space Station mock-up that the ISS put together. Let's see what it looks like. You know, the photography work that they're doing in the studios, it's fantastic. NASA has one of the finest studios in the world. Their cameras are bar none the best in the world. They make it seem like if the International Space Station is almost in space there. There it is. There you go. You'll notice one thing about this image. It's absolutely perfect, and there's not a stitch of movement in the tree. So what that is a still picture with a dot over the top of it. It's very simple. It's called an animation. You know how many times, you know how easy it is to get a still picture of something? It's called freeze frame. Okay, so getting back to the CIA and what they're up to. They're right now warning you that Russia rigged our election. And the FBI is warning you that Russia rigged the election. So both the CIA and FBI are aware of the problem with Russia. Now that is the problem that the New World Order is having right now. They don't exactly know what kind of side deals Donald Trump has made with Russian brokers, mobsters. And when Kissinger installed his henchwoman in Trump's cabinet, which he did recently, the New World Order is trying to hedge against any losses, so they need eyes and ears in the ground to know what Trump is doing on the side. I don't even think Putin is aware that Trump is doing side deals with Russian mobsters. So that's a problem. And that's why I think the CIA and the FBI are both on high alert. And they're spouting my party line right now, which I think Russia has contaminated the election. And I would agree with Elizabeth Warren that we should definitely throw this election to the courts, because I don't believe it's a valid election. The NSA guy wrapped up his entire story. He closed his file on me. He came in and told me that we are getting 1,000 times more viewers than Mark is saying. And our number of viewers and hits at that time was up to 50 million on his site, and it only showed like less than 50,000. So it's very strange the way Mark is pretending like he's not censoring and then lies about it to me openly to my face. Yeah, new election, yeah. No, I'm not anti-Russian. I actually am openly stating that Trump should automatically, right now, declare to Vladimir Putin that we're not going to support rebel troops in Syria. He would lower the bar of concern for Putin, and we'd begin to start normal relations. Instead, it looks more like Trump is doing a side deal, and he wants to kind of round the corner into Russia from the back end. It's not the way to approach Russia. Russia likes things up front. They don't like backdoor deals. This is Ali G, 6-minute comedy about FBI. Okay. We believe that close to 50 million people a night are watching us via UHF. And I welcome all of them to watch me. It's free. It's free entertainment. No, the Vaughn numbers are completely fake. They're only allowing 128 people into the show. I know Mark said that, but he's been told what to do. Mark has somehow been told to keep me on the site because they want to control my access. You see, Mark and the people that run the show know that if Mark kicks me off the show, I'll go to another channel that they can't control. So they really want to control this one. They don't want to allow the people to come into this show and chat. So we're still looking for something that's a chat show that's insulated from all that. And we can't find one yet. Corey, I don't walk around bragging to people around my neighborhood that I'm even doing anything. I'm a very low-key guy. Everyone knows I'm running for president, though. Let me record the death threat first, thank you. If you don't mind. I wouldn't doubt that they make him an offer for the network and then just take Mark out of the equation. I'm sure he's about ready to be, you know. What they usually do is they extend credit to people like Mark. They give him a few things, they extend credit, and then they make him, you know, unable to pay their bill, and kind of like the mob, you know, just a little extra credit, you know, I'm going to give you, but you got to pay me extra interest if you want to get the money back, you know. It'd be an extra $1,000 a week just to add it to the final bill. So, you know, this kind of thing could be going on. I am low-key, yeah. I'm a very low-key guy. I don't run around yelling at people. I'm a non-violent activist. They all set up UHF networks, but they're not internet networks. They watch the show. Yes, that's correct. No, I'm not making fun of anyone of African American descent. You know that. I would never say the N-word in my show. Or at all, period. Okay. Yeah, I know. That's a fake picture of the International Space Station. Drunk Russian tries to pick up someone at the airport. Oh, this is a 12-minute video. Wow. That's going to be forever to watch. Okay, that'll be fun in the sun, yeah. Well, they can watch us through UHF with a tinfoil antenna. In Mexico, people have jerry-rigged tinfoil antennas to get a good reception of our show. No, I'm a real guy. Trump stole ideas from me to get elected. I'm the guy who came up with the 1,000-mile fence, the ocean pipeline, the mobile medical units, no refugees. We have the safe zone idea that I came up with that Trump said was his. All these ideas that kind of closed in on his entire election. He just did intellectual property rape of our website. It's like a scene out of the Blues Brothers, really. I'll have to watch it. There's ladies on right now, abnormal, but most of them don't want to talk to you because you're obviously not one of those guys that, you know, understands how to finesse a woman. I don't feel anything about Russian oil. I think Russian oil is a critical source of their asset. They've leveraged a lot on their oil. And right now, Putin is making a bold attempt to greet other nations like the Gulf nations and OPEC with a reduction in production of 300,000 barrels per day. No, the Dakota Access Pipeline, I'm worried about. I really want Trump to stop meddling in the Army Corps of Engineers' goal of stopping the pipeline from crossing the river right now, because I think they're doing the right thing. I've been victimized by black people in my life and Hispanic people. I don't hold any grudges. Yeah, I was Channel 33 is picking us up. I was a guy who grew up in Los Angeles, and it's very obvious that there's friction. There's racial hostility in every city in America. I would be a liar or a hypocrite if I said that there is no racial hostility going on back and forth. There is. But it gets worse if you react to it. Now, as a young man, I was a Cub Scout, and I remember going to a basketball game at the Forum, and my entire school bus that I was on with my counselors and the other kids, we were attacked by gang members in Inglewood, California, and they threatened to kill all of us. That's just my first experience with black people and gangs. Okay, it goes on and on. Breaking news, Trump wants to sell Hawaii. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, we'll hold off on the Hawaiian sale, thank you. I want to keep our country together. I don't want to break it apart, but I did discuss it. I'll admit that. All right, Evan. Evan's got something on Sandy Hook. That's a 3-minute video. Okay, gun control agenda. Well, the Dakota Pipeline is what it is. And we've got to find a way in which we can...
So these Sandy Hook phonies have a new PSA.
We just want to make sure it's done in a way that would make environmental sense, and in no way is it going to get near the Missouri River to do that. So we're going to have to figure out a way of doing this. My pipeline at this point is not a reality. I chose that design. I came up with 3 ideas that I knew were throwaways. The ocean pipeline is a great concept, but it's a throwaway idea because there's better ways of desalinating water than passive desalination. Ironically, Trump just grabbed 3 ideas that were easy to sell. The mobile medical unit idea is not going to be implemented properly, so I'm going to scrub that idea for 2020. We're going to build a public option for people instead of a mobile medical unit concept. But I'm going to convert the mobile medical units into mobile service units that provide full services for people in homeless areas like tent cities. So it's not like I'm giving up on the idea. I'm just downsizing the idea to make it more practical. No, we're not giving up totally on the MMU, but I put that idea out there because it was like, here, take an idea, any idea. And he took 3 of my best ideas that sell well, and he told people that they were his ideas. And I wanted to see what an idiot he was. And so now he's stuck with the 3 ideas that I gave him, the safe zones, the mobile medical units. He just grabbed them. I didn't give them to him. But he's stuck with those ideas. And the ocean pipeline. We have ways of filtering water now that are much more aggressive than passive desalination. The advent of hempoline, the advent of hemp nanofiber, nanostructures that can filter like graphene. They're making a type of graphene out of hemp. And it's a lot cheaper than anything Lockheed Martin can produce. So we have a lot of new innovations that will help create fresh water. The bottom line is we need a lot of fresh water. Trump didn't troll me, he stole from me. Big difference. Trump will never achieve my goals, Corey, because Trump doesn't have a brain to manifest my goals. I'm the originator. Do you think a guy who copies ideas to get elected is going to implement those ideas? I mean, come on. Are you a brain-dead idiot, Corey? Take a break. Have a cup of coffee. Come back when you've got some intelligence. I know there's a huge amount of oil off the ocean floor of Louisiana. I'm not going to dispute any questions you have about Mexico. My 1,000-mile fence idea is still a go. We have a plan to build, and I talked about this at the beginning of our show. I'll give you a heads up about our plan. Bingo, there's satellites in the atmosphere below the ionosphere. God, are you just that out of it? We can send rockets into space. We definitely have that ability. We have satellites above us, but breaking through the Van Allen belts has proven to be a very big problem for humankind. I'm not here to belabor the issue. We're playing pendulum politics tonight. You can't take my woman, she's not viable, Donald. I asked Sarah, I said, if Donald Trump offers you a job, you're going to make it contingent upon me working with you, right? She said, oh yes, definitely. We'll have to work together. It'll be part of the deal. We anticipate Donald Trump calling Sarah on the phone and offering her a job. That's one of his methods to stop me. He'd be a fool not to try. That's a very good question. How do rockets work in space if there's no atmosphere for thrust? Thank you. Yeah, good question. Why don't you ask that question and then ask, how did we get to the moon and back with an oblong reentry vehicle? So we keep a list of our death threats. 2016, 1226. Got it. We had one just like that last year at the same time. Halliburton is not exactly the go-to solution for anything. You remember they left us with the Gulf of Mexico oil spill, and then they sold the very product that dropped the oil to the bottom of the ocean corrects it. Kind of cool the way they dumped oil in the entire ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, and then they sell us the product to stick in the bottom of the ocean, acting like they're cleaning it up. I wouldn't call him other than an asshole. I'd go, oh, hi. We've got Mr. Asshole on the phone. Okay. Hi, asshole. What can I do for you? Yeah, I have no respect for the man. Sarah's a beautiful, beautiful solution to America. Sarah is the most logical woman I could ever bring on board, and I could tell you that we would be benefiting greatly with Sarah in the White House. 9/11, here's something few people have seen. Tomorrow is Truth Tuesday, so we'll talk more about 9/11, but this is an 8-minute video that shows some interesting angles. Things you haven't seen about 9/11. Well, I guess I got to start adding links pretty soon. Nope, I've never hooked up with any guests here, and I don't hook up with people online. Well, that's not true. Guest 848, there is hope. We can develop a technology that can clean up the oil at the bottom of the ocean, and I'll give you a kind of a preview of what it looks like. In fact, Kevin Costner's brother has an amazing technology that does something similar to what I'm going to show you. Microbes could eat oil, but we could actually suck the oil right off the bottom of the ocean. Take a look at the voraxial separator.
Pretend this backyard swimming pool is an ocean.
By adding a few gallons of crude, a simulated oil spill disaster is created. The Richter system goes to work at an incredible rate of speed to remove the oil from the water, pumping up to 5,000 gallons per minute. The contaminated water is sucked out of the pool and into a tube. It spins very rapidly, creating a vortex. The oil, which is lighter than water, is forced into the middle of the pipe. Here is the core of oil surrounded by the water. The water, heavier than the oil, spins to the outside. Once the oil and water have been separated, a smaller pipe is placed into position to suck up the oil spinning in the center.
Somebody said, why aren't we doing this now? LOL at using any information. You're so brain dead. I guess 1710, I just had to purge him and mute him because he's so brain dead. He doesn't even... Anytime you play a video for some of these doubters and deniers of everything, they say, oh yeah, you're using a YouTube as a reference point. Oh, you don't know anything, dude. Oh, you just, yeah, huh? 5,000 gallons per minute. We can, have you ever heard of the Glomar Explorer? Of course you haven't. I'm telling you about it. They do deep water recovery and salvage. They're one of the only vehicles that could actually do the kind of salvage necessary to pull up, like the evidence from Flight 447, the Brazilian airliner that went down. They utilized the Glomar Explorer to do a deep search of the water, and they found the black box that told them very little, but they found out that it's possible that planes can fly and then crash. And it was very expensive. It cost $50 million to dredge up the black box from Flight 447. Anyway, there are ships that could handle a tremendous amount of oil reclamation. And all we have to do is retrofit barges that could do this. You see, folks, when we have presidents that like to golf and BS people, and spend their time in lavish gold surroundings bragging about their position, like Trump is going to be doing, we won't ever do anything. We won't ever fix the country. And you'll continue to be buffaloed and lied to by these people. And you'll continue to wonder why things aren't getting better. The end goal of these people is to actually kill off the planet and get rid of you. They don't really want to fix the planet. They don't want to make it better. They just want to get rid of you. You see, they've already profited from human beings. And it's just a matter of time before they replace human beings with robots. So when you order shrimp from the Gulf states, you're still getting polluted shrimp. I'll be right there.
This is a black...
The entire food chain, in addition to animal poisoning. This is a black-gill lobster. This isn't a species. This is contamination.
You want healthy males and females reproducing in order to put larvae back into the water column.
Just one or two contaminated species can affect the entire food chain. In addition to animal poisoning, Dr. Felder, a biologist who has studied crustaceans for decades, has found populations falling at alarming rates.
The species richness, which means the number of different kinds of things that live there, and the abundance of the individual ones that comprise the set, or the assemblage as we call it, are diminished.
The U.S. government says seafood is safe to eat, but some scientists say that isn't the only concern people should have. One of the most important creatures in the food chain is the killifish.
I can't think of a worse animal to knock out of the food chain than a killifish. They've got lower heart rate, they've got lower hatching success, and their hearts aren't forming properly, which, as you might imagine, might be kind of bad news for an animal when it grows up.
The killifish is just one of the species being affected.
We have some evidence of deformed shrimp, which is another developmental impact. So that shrimp's grandmother was exposed to oil while the mother was developing, but it's the grandchild of the shrimp that was exposed grows up with no eyes.
Government agencies
I called, this is Ashmore Goodson, he does a lot of our erosion control stuff. So I calls him and I said, I'm thinking about some ways to stoke up this oil, what do you think about this? So I said, you go get this and try it and see how it works and call me back. So he said, you ain't gonna believe how it works. We think this is a good idea and we're pitching this idea, but we would like to be able to do the work. So that's kind of where we're at with it. So just keep that in mind. But what we got, obviously we got clean water here. We're going to pour some oil in it, and then we're going to put some of this hay in it and let you see how it soaks the oil in it. And we got a couple other things we're going to look at too, along the same lines.
Yeah, so I was just watching some movie trailers and came across
oil with viscosity out of it. So crude oil would have more viscosity. Stick to something like this even more than burn oil would. There's two types of hay in the southeast United States. And one of them is coastal Bermuda. This is the main common one. This is it. Bermuda grass. And the other is the Bahia grass. If you just simulate wave, this is, I'm only going to do this for just a few seconds, whereas it can stay in the water for hours and hours and hours, maybe days. The hay won't sink, period. I mean, I've been in erosion control 20, 25 years, and it'll just float to the edge, just stay on the edge, so we put out hay bales forever.
We've got two scenarios with this. We think, first of all, you could actually disperse it on this field that's out there now. It'll soak up the oil there now. You've got skimmers that come along and skim up the hay, or you could use the shrimp boats out there with their nets to pick it back up, or something along that line. Or if it washes up on shore, it's going to be just like seaweed, and then you take conventional beach cleaning equipment.
Hey friends, so I thought I'd
do. We have dumpsters on the beach with liners or whatever in them, and put in those dumpsters. And then as far as disposing it, my thoughts was take it to some incinerator and use it for energy, and burn it, mix it with wood chips or whatever, and dispose it like that. I don't know what the DEP implications would be of that or whatever, but
as far as getting it out of the water, this is, I've grounded all kinds of stuff in the last few days. This right here is about as green and about as simple as it gets. Now this is just in a few minutes. Now pay no attention to what's around the edge. There ain't no bowl up there in the ocean. There ain't no edges. So this stuff's going to float and mess around, flop around in the waves. You take a little bit of hay right there. Look what's attached to it. Think about that. With a quarter of a pound of dry hay. This is Bermuda grass. This is what commonly farmers will have everywhere. Hay grass and Bermuda grass, and that's what they'll have. Now there's one other type, hay straw. It's wheat straw, oat straw. It don't have any kind of seed, wild nothing. It can't come up. That's going to be here. It's being seasoned in about 2 or 3 more weeks, and that would be a massive ready to supply in about 2 or 3 weeks. But if you got this known all over the southeast, you could have a lot of hay coming to go on barges to go out to blow in the middle of that. Just blow it out there in the wind. It can't screw up because it's going to float around and float into the oil, and it'll attach itself to it. That's a lot different than when I poured it in there. Now I can take a little bit more hay and clean it right on up. It looks bad around the edges, but there's no pan edges out there in the ocean, of course. And really, if you look inside there, there's a lot of hay, look, inside here that hadn't yet grabbed any oil. So the hay scattered out will do away that you want it more waves, right? The more you blow it, the more you scatter it, each one of them can pull a lot of oil out. I done it so fast, you got some pieces. There's some that's scooped like it should be right there. I got some that ain't hardly got any oil on it because I hadn't left it in there long enough.
You had mentioned it forming a hard cement like, but when I look at this, it looks like it's hay with oil on it, and I put my hand on it and got a bunch of oil on it. So is it, could you clarify what you meant by, it seems that, what am I trying to say is, it's not really being absorbed in the hay, it's just on the hay.
It's attached itself to it. And that's all you want to do is attach it to something so you can get it. If it makes it to the beach, worst case scenario, it's going to end there at high tide. It's where it's going to be set. And it'll stabilize right there and be in the hay. So you take this beach seaweed equipment, it's pretty readily available. They'll run along there and just roll it, pick it up, go right in. The oil's coming up. If it washes up there without being attached to something, you got it in the sand, you can't get it. In other words, you got a mess.
Yeah.
Now these guys are
2084. Gold is cold. 2093. Diamonds are dead.
all right. So you got a lot of folks who are, coming up with good old-fashioned, simple solutions to oil reclamation too. But you'll notice that Barack Obama didn't do a damn thing. They're special, yeah. Well, the oil hay will prevent the dolphins who are already dying of asphyxiation from the oil in their lungs, and they have lungs. Hey, hi, welcome, and screw you too. Yeah, and I got to tell you, this is a real good solution. Yeah, and I'm not ruling it out. The shoreline of Louisiana is still got contamination issues that you don't hear about. BP settled out of court for half of what they said they were going to spend for reclamation of funds, the loss of revenue by the seafood farmers on the Gulf states. The Gulf Coast states have been hit hard, and we don't hear a lot about it in the news. What I want to do is dredge a portion of the inlet to the harbor. I want to create a harbor around New Orleans. I want to get the Army Corps of Engineers to build a harbor. And I want filtration systems put in place so that oil doesn't get into the harbor. And I want to raise shrimp and have a pristine, purified water scenario for shrimperies. in that region. We want to bring back the shrimp industry in the New Orleans area. And we would turn a lot of real estate in the French Quarter into a higher priced sector, and we'd open up lots of oceanfront property if we had a harbor in there. It's a good idea. Yeah, no wedges. The hay oil can be used for fuel to produce electricity. Scissorfight came up with another application, yeah. So these guys should have been contacted by Barack Obama when it happened. We should have been out there working with the son or the brother of Kevin Costner, who has a system to create that Venturi oil sucker. Yeah. Trump doesn't have any creative ideas. He simply steals ideas from me, and he's not going to be able to deploy anything. I seriously don't think Trump's going to be able to do anything but talk and get pissed off. So you got 4 years of an egomaniac getting talked and pissed off and doesn't really solve anything. Stealing my ideas was his biggest mistake. He should never have run with my ideas, because it's going to cost him in the long run. People will know. It's like, this guy David's got a website. You go there and you can see my YouTube sites go all the way back to 2008. I talk about these ideas. I've got backup servers holding these videos in storage for me if I have to prove that these are my ideas. I've got a website that has the old site button where you go to it. You can see our platform, which has all these same ideas that he has. He just made a big critical error when he did that. Had he run his own campaign, he wouldn't have won this election. We would have had Hillary. And Hillary's got all kinds of issues that need to be investigated. Thank you. Welcome to the show. Because we're not getting any investigation from Trump on any of these issues, one has to ask yourself, are we dealing with a lame duck kind of presidential candidate? I think we are. He wants to give a pass to Hillary. He won't in any way jail Hillary like he said he was going to do, which is kind of a shocker to me. He won't go after her at all, which means he's not going to investigate Pizzagate and Podesta and his close friend Jeffrey Epstein, who's the Orgy Island pedophile. No, John, that's not true. I copyrighted my work. I don't have to patent my ideas. And with intellectual property rights, your copyrighted work can be put together as a lawsuit if I choose to choose a lawsuit. I don't really want to have a lawsuit. I really don't want to go there. I would rather just run my election for 2020 and get people to realize that I'm the original thinker, and I'm the guy who's going to make a lot more of these ideas come to pass, not him. He's not in office yet he doesn't want Hillary to get pardoned. Don't need conviction for pardon. You don't need a pardon if you're not convicting, trolling trolls. Yeah, there's no need for a pardon if you're not convicting. Trump has already said he's not going to prosecute Hillary. Dude, I would rip him apart verbally. I'm an expert at verbal combat. I would make everything he said. No, I do have copyrights, John, and I'm going to pull you out of the show because you don't belong here. My copyright is the actual video itself. And I've studied copyright law enough to know that you don't actually need a copyright to copyright something. Have you ever heard of a poor man's copyright? Look it up. It's still honored by the courts, and you can still fight for it. If I threw a lot of money at this, he would be basically rinsed down the road to a happy beginning. I want to remind everybody that at the source, at the very core of my goal for America, is more fresh water for our country and more fresh water around the world. I'm using this as a plan to actually create a solution. That's right, a solution to world problems that are occurring right now. Fresh water will fix it all. We will have the solution. It will be as plain as day. We won't have to worry about anything. And obviously, creating fresh water is akin to growing food, and it's also akin to having people prosperous. No, it won't be squashed in court. Actually, the poor man's copyright, just simple fact that I published it on YouTube, is enough for me to back up everything I said. I could definitely win in this case. Intellectual property right is a comprehensive. Intellectual property right theft is a comprehensive thing. If you grab the ideas in the context of a political campaign that are used by another person and absolutely plagiarize them like Trump did, At the very core, it's the in and of itself, it's an abridgment of our laws. Basically, this is what it is, in a nutshell. Yeah, I'll be talking about the Second Amendment, sure. You have to focus on basic law. He sold you on ideas by lying. Okay, and I can prove that. And this is an actionable as a crime, not just civil, but fraud is illegal. You can't misrepresent ideas and claim they're yours. So there's a civil and a criminal case here. But I'm not pursuing a lawsuit against Trump. I told whoever I thought was Trump who came in the room, I don't know if it was him, but I told him I'm not pursuing a case against him unless he pursues a case against me. I will not be a part of the Illuminati, Scooby-Doo. There won't be any Illuminati contamination in my campaign. I'll be a representative of the American people. There won't be secret society meddling. Kissinger won't be on my staff. There won't be anybody from the George W. Bush cabinet working on my cabinet. There won't be anybody from the Obama cabinet working on my cabinet. There won't be anybody from the Trump cabinet working on my cabinet. I am building a plan to help the American people get a representation as fast as we can in a country that's clearly been misguided and controlled by big money. And I'm not going to be able to do that if I become a sellout myself. I'm willing to risk my life to do this every single day. Do you think I'm just going to cave in for cash? I don't care about money. I'm building a plan to help this country for 50 years from now. There's no way I'm going to stop because somebody's going to throw some money in front of me and say, yeah, do what we want to do. Pay for play. Well, frankly, I'll be busy appointing a lot of people. We've got federal judges to appoint at the border. Sarah's idea is brilliant. The idea of a border patrol system that actually... Thank you. A border patrol system that actually offers a judgeship to border patrol agents. Federal judgeships will be awarded to federal border patrol agents that qualify. And they'll be giving trials at the border to determine if a person qualifies for our fast-track naturalization plan or not. The plan is a very simple plan where a person can become a U.S. citizen in their home country at the U.S. Embassy. But it'll take a lot of infrastructure to implement, so we're going to be charging a fee for anyone to become a U.S. citizen. But we'll be able to pre-qualify you at the border. If you make it to the border, you will be deported. But the question is, will you be able to come back as a U.S. citizen? That's the real question a lot of people have. We need an extraordinary border solution, so let me clarify what we want to do here. This fence is antiquated. The original fence idea I came up with, 1,000-mile fence, now can be replaced by masers. Electronic or electrical lights. There are lasers that have electricity in them. And we can send lasers between two sentinels 1 mile apart and provide a guaranteed security across the border. We also will string a lit neon LED light that will go across the entire border and be, stationed with stanchions that will have signs hanging on them saying "No entrada muerte," death will come to you if you enter. We're not taking any input now on Twitch TV. We've canceled it when we found out they were banning our IP addresses that were coming in there. Twitch is of no value to us now. We're moving on. Until we find an actual network that people can chat on, we're going to be moving on. Twitch was not a fruitful network for us. It turned out to be a bunch of brain-dead gamers. My fence will not kill thousands of men, women, or children. In fact, there'll be ample blocks in front of the fences. We're going to be planting along the way thorny bushes that are native to the area in Mexico. So like a barrier of about 20, 30 feet of thorny bushes will be planted, and they're drought resistant, so they'll be growing fine. But the goal is to turn these fences into sentinel and controls for our nation. So we won't have to use the kind of antiquated fencing designs that Trump is trying to steal from me, because I'm already past that. That was an idea I had 8 years ago. We now have the potential to send electricity through the air and fry anybody that comes over the border. Now, we'll also have aerial monitoring of drones using X-ray scan equipment and sonar equipment to see if there's any tunnels being dug. So this is going to be an incredibly high-tech border defense system, unlike Trump's wall idea, which he copied from me. Yes, aerial drones. I'm scrubbing the whole land-based drone thing. Aerials are much harder to stop and shoot down, and the land-based would be more sitting ducks. We don't want that to happen. We won't be doing anything about trimming bushes. Well, there won't be any bush trimming, strictly thorny bushes all over the place. Cactuses and stinging nettle defense, that's right. You want to get on the team trolling trolls to start working on the agricultural plan for the border defense? Thorny bushes are to help people who don't want to get killed or fried going through the border. There won't be any blinding snow. Surveillance footage shows Santa passing out candy canes before robbing a bank. We knew that Santa was in hard times right now. I had no idea it was this bad. Yeah, poor Santa. He's feeling the depression just like everybody else. No, he goes up. He's holding a gun. Oh no, he's got candy canes. Oh, how nice! See? There you go. You better not shout. You better not cry. You better just hand over your money at the bank stall. 'Cause Santa Claus is pulling a stick up. Well, I don't know what that was. He's short of cash this year. He's probably going broke. He's living on his Y2K supplies, and Santa's about to turn into a tranny. Yeah, so let's go into a bigger discussion now about how we're going to stop this corruption in government. Santa Claus is getting wrapped with tax evasion. Yeah, whatever. Poor Mexican stuck in the thorns getting stung by killer bees. Oh, that was a stick-up note. Oh, okay. I thought he was handing out, like, candy canes. I mean, well, there you have it. 603, I tend to agree with you. Let's close down 50% of the employees working for government departments right now. We'll put out like the fat ass rule. If your butt exceeds the body mass index of 25%, you lose. Chi-chi. How's that? I don't know. We've got to come up with a criteria to get people who are just sitting there doing nothing to move, you know. All right. So this has reached the end of the rope here on our show. Thanks for giving me the extra time. We're all in agreement we need a border defense of some sort. I think we can come to agreement on that. Thank you. And we're going to ask everybody to, look at the possibility that there's some really weird things going on in the world. So I'm going to play a little rendition of my Can't Stop song. It was developed by Scissor Fight. He came up with a song, and there you go, an IQ test for cops. That would weed them out. Good point. Can't stop because we won't stop. We'll play that for you, and then we'll go into an amazing video about the Illuminati nesting in our government. Happy New Year, everybody. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with Truth Tuesday. And, yeah, this has been a nonstop effort to bring out new ideas, and we do share our views constantly on our show. There's talk about a massive possible trench of huge proportions, like a moat. 4700. This is Dr. Meow TV's idea of a moat along the Rio Grande. It's not a bad idea. It might be easier in some areas. Yeah, for sure. We definitely will look at that. But the reason why I came up with a 1,000-mile fence along the border is I measured the number of miles that are not being defended, and I realized that people are going to keep coming up through the Mexican border no matter what, unless we do something. Your idea? Okay. Thanks. Yeah, you are now entering Trump's land, abandon all hope. That's nice, except it's not Trump's land. Trump is just a temporary stopgap. He won't really be a big, important president. He's just kind of filling the gap. He decided to use my ideas to win an election. Tell me that's not right. Because I can't believe you'd be standing behind a person who would steal ideas. You're not behind a person who's a real solid individual. You're around a real scummy individual when you're talking about him. Yeah, one fortified infantry division will end, but then you'd end up killing people who don't know that they're going to die if they cross the border. I will have seismic meters. Good point, chat room celebrity. Yeah, we'll add seismic meters to every Sentinel with a maser attachment. You know, I don't think he dismissed any of our ideas. So he's still on track with the ocean pipeline he calls an ocean dome. He still wants to create mobile medical units, which will be kind of impossible. He still wants to create safe zones, which, again, will... I have well over 10 ideas he's stolen. Recently, he just said that he wanted to limit bills to 100 pages or he'd veto them. That's my idea. I published it 2009. I came up with the idea of limiting bills to 100 pages. He's literally stealing ideas on the fly. He'll be watching our show and come up with a new idea tomorrow. He'll probably start talking about a lethal electric maser fence. I'm sure that's his next move. So yeah, I'm going to definitely be dealing with the real problems firsthand. He's just a placeholder who wants to be known as a president. He doesn't have what it takes to implement and strategize and come up with great new solutions for the country. He's simply a plagiarizer, like his wife, Melania, who stole Michelle Obama's speech, I might add. Need I remind you that she and her husband are both plagiarizers and have been for years? John, you're under investigation for murder, man. You don't need to run for president. Yeah, you just deal with your own problems, okay? Yeah, you're barely making it, man. So, we've got a situation where a person can become president by lying, cheating, and stealing, and that's not good for a country that claims to be free and democratic and now tells people they can't talk about Pizzagate. So what are you hiding, Mr. Trump? Why won't you talk about Pizzagate? Why won't you instigate an investigation into this weird pedophile ring in Washington, D.C.? All he has is one answer.
Stop it, stop it. And I say, stop it, stop it, stop it. And I'll say it right to the camera, stop it, stop it, stop, stop, stop. And I say, stop, and I say, stop it, stop, 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 stop it. I will say this, and I'll say it right to the camera, stop it. Right to the camera, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop it. Right to the camera, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop it.
All right, we've got Melania here. Melania, you ready to speak? Here she is.
The values that you work hard for what you want in life.
For what you want in life.
That your word is your bond.
That you do what you say you're going to do.
Keep your promise.
That you treat people with dignity and respect, and because we want our children and all children in this nation to know that the only limit to the height of your achievements is the reach of your dreams and your willingness to work hard for them.
Has come to the studio to show us the very latest piece of electronic equipment, a computer that makes music. Hello, Peter.
Hello. Now I've got a microphone here, and since my voice is about the only thing we've got around that makes a noise, let's try. We can't stop. And that's do. and we're ready to play it. So now if we type in P, M, full stop, P, C, something, and that gives...
We can't stop.
You can also play it on...
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
Now what you can also do, see, is the fact that you can get that sound to be played by the computer, playing a tune that I've already got inside the computer waiting. Now all I need to do is call up the next page, and we're ready to play.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop,
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit them low, then we hit them high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up, partner. Keanu Reeves.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
All right, that was the illustrious Scissor Fight who created that video for us. If you want to check it out, you can check it out online. Here it is. Here's the link. And now I bring you a video about the Illuminati called Charlize Theron, Nazi Illuminati Ritual Goddess. I want to see what this is about. I'm going to watch it with you. That's the Scissor Fight video. Let's get going and watch some videos and learn more about what's really not being talked about in the mainstream media. Thanks again for coming into our show tonight, everyone. We will be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. with Truth Tuesday. Thank you very much, Scissor Fight, for your help on this this show. It really comes in handy to get great music like that. All right, here is this video I've been wanting to see for a couple days now. Good night, everyone. Take care.